Hello. Hello, everyone. Ventus, thank you for the lurk. Nini, hello. Hi, Jed. Thanks for the 10 watch streak. Oh, Jesus. You are huge. Oh, hello. Thank you for the head pats. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone is doing okay today. Where is... Ah, there you are. Hi, Photo. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? But yeah, I'm thinking for the hydrate. But yeah, hi. We're doing some Milgram tonight. It has been a little bit. I think it was when did we even start this last time? Or when was the last time we did this? It's been a couple months. That's all I know. Which I might need a refresh on some of the things that we've discussed. So we finished off on Trial 2 Futa, which means we're on Mu for right now. How are you doing? I'm fine. I'm really sick of people at the moment, but that's because job. I'll get over it. Okay, it was 4 months ago. But yeah, let me undeafen. I will say hello to everyone.
Judgmental stare.
That's me. That's literally me.
Why
That's
are you
why I also
judgmentally staring
stare
at me?
with the singular eye when you talk.
I'm literally glaring
we
at
were
you,
talking
Queeny.
about her Fugi.
What's up?
Oh, guess what? I just resubbed.
Yo, thank you.
Meow.
Madam renamed this for 3 months.
How are you doing, by the way? How was Pal World?
Drum.
Leah, I really liked Pal World.
Cool. But
I actually really liked it. So I was like, you know, I mean, yeah, it was a little tedious. Like the grinding, you gotta like fucking really like get into it. Hi, Nini. Yeah, but
Nini with the
do we
booty
like
shake?
We love Nini in here.
we do.
No, do you like my new Fugi?
I do. Yeah.
Guess who made it?
I wonder. I'm looking at these two like directly next to each other. I wonder who made it.
I love how she's judgmental. She fucking stares and she's like flips you off. She's like, "Fuck you." That's so mean.
It's
So pouty and then says, "Fuck you." Yeah.
Do you have these? I feel like the flip off could be like a sticker. Like I don't feel like you know how like the Discord stickers work, but like this feels perfect for something like that.
Oh my god, yes.
Oh my god, Mom, that's my next step. You should make me like stickers, and also you should make me some emotes. That'd be great.
No, I mean you can use just this image alone. Well, I guess the flip off, but like that one alone could just be a sticker.
I think she has to like send me the like separate. Is it like it's separate, right? Like
No.
the flip off is like separate, right?
No.
Yeah.
Oh wait. You mean
Yeah.
like separate? Oh yeah.
Yeah. I separated it with. I have so both parts of that, the non-talking and the talking, are two separate files on the same file, but I can export them singularly.
Yeah, that would
It's
be
just
actually
when they're
kinda great.
animated, having both, they're saved as separate animations,
Hey.
but they're each in their own folder.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, I actually put a new sticker and my new map cover for Valorant. Did you see what it is?
Hi Faith, how are you feeling? I hope
It's
you're
a
feeling
picture
better.
of Trev.
Also, hi Lucas, welcome. How you doing?
Oh yes, I seen that the other day.
Yeah, it's a picture of him. He's my new map cover.
Is your new back what now?
Her map
He's
cover for Valo.
Yeah,
I
so
heard-
it covers the map.
I heard back.
Good.
I heard back, and like my fucking brain immediately went to back shots, so I had to do a double take.
Oh! I mean, he does give me those in private. I'm just kidding.
I bet. Hi Brett, welcome. How you doing?
What's up, Brett?
But okay. When it comes to when it comes to Milgram, how much do you guys remember? Because it has been a couple months since we last covered these.
You're asking the girl that fucking has really bad memories.
That's kind of what I was worried about.
Yeah,
I remember.
because
What I remember is us getting partway through the second season.
Yeah,
was it?
when we did trial 2, we started it. We did Haruka, we did Yuno, and we did Futa, which I found.
Oh yeah, no, I remember. No,
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
Now I remember now.
If I remember
Okay,
correctly,
come to me.
all of us voted
Yeah, 'cause
guilty.
didn't we had the talk about the one guy who had the music video was on the stage and like his wife and everything.
Yes, that was last time as well. In fact, we'll be covering him today as well.
My boy, he's back.
We're starting with Mu, but if I remember correctly, also, Haruka, I think we all voted guilty. Yuno, me and Queenie voted innocent, while Rena voted guilty, and then Futa, we all voted innocent. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's my
Yeah, I
baby,
do
bro.
remember
That's
that
my
one.
baby, bro.
Okay. Sweet. All right, I
Don't
remember
disrespect
correctly.
my angry boy.
The innocent bean.
He is like, I remember watching his fucking thing. I was like, "You're really gonna put that on? You're gonna really put that on him when others did it?" Like, come on now.
Well, I don't like pretending like he did nothing wrong.
I mean, of course he didn't do anything wrong. I mean,
but still innocent.
it's like the saying. He didn't start it, but like he didn't give him the weapon, but he loaded the weapon.
Why am I getting witch trial vibes from this out of it?
I
mean,
like that reference.
it's not that much different from it, honestly. For those of you who don't remember, the concept of Milgram is basically you see these prisoners' trials all via either their interrogations and songs, and then you judge whether or not you consider them innocent or guilty. The first 2 trials are basically trying to find out details, and you can form your own theories about what you think happened, while trial 3 finishes it up.
Their videos are basically like the stories of what happened to them, of why they're being in the Milgram program considered as killers. So first one would be like the first half, like leading up to it. Second is like the middle half of kind of connecting dots, and third half would be like the finish quotation of here's the full story.
Yeah. Although, Faith, it's not a game. It's a YouTube web series. In fact, if you stick around tonight, we could probably we'll literally be showing you this format. But are you guys ready to begin?
I'm ready.
All right. Oop, I gotta shrink Reddit down on this stage too.
Oh, I'm peeking. Hello.
If you're peeking, we're doing this.
I'm peeking into your asshole. Help me! I'm stuck.
But all right, so
I have fallen and cannot get up.
we're starting with a doozy too, because we're starting with Mu, and thank you for that, Bats. I particularly don't like Mu, and there's a reason for it. And this trial specifically is going to be a big reason why.
Oh shit! Here we go.
All 3 of you are secondary colors. That's true. Wait, no Kazui. These 2 love Kazui.
Wait, I'm a secondary color?
Orange.
I
Wait,
thought I was like more red,
purple-
like ginger, so
think-
like red orange.
I think they're referring to your.
I can say,
they're
that
referring
could
to
be
your hair.
considered a secondary.
They're referring
wait,
to
what?
your-
What kind? Wait, what's a color? What? I'm sorry.
Secondary is like a color that you make from the 3 primaries.
Yeah. So
Oh.
orange, purple, green. Faith, you have not seen Kazui. We'll get to him tonight, though.
Daddy man. Oh, oh, daddy. Yes, Nini, breathe in and breathe out. Oh, I gotta put. I'm all thinking like, wait.
あ、久しぶり、感謝さん。大変なことになっちゃったね。みんな大変そうで、ミリグラムの中ピリピリしてて困っちゃう。そうか。
Can you guys see okay?
でも、 ムー的にはミルグラムはだいぶ居心地よくなってきたかな。欲しいものも言えば手に入るって分かったし、そんなにビクビクする必要ないって分かってきたかも。看守さんがミルグラムはムーの味方って言ってたけど、その通りかも。ムーばっかり喋っててつまんない。久々におしゃべりするんだし、看守さんが何か面白い話してよ。
ずいぶんご機嫌だな。
そう？
明るくなったような気がする。
かな。
だが第一審の審判を踏まえミルグラムの状況は変わった。不本意ながら孤独による襲撃もあり、お前の態度の方に違和感を覚えるが。
だってもう関係ないもん。
何？
大変な思いをしているのは悪いことした人でしょ。自業自得ってやつ。そもそも看守さんが許さないってした人が琴子さんに痛いことされたりひどい目に遭ってたりするんでしょ。
そうだな。
ムーがそれに対して何か思うの変じゃない？ムーは悪くないもん。ムーは許されてるんだもん。何かおかしい？看守さんが許さないって言った人をきっと悪い人なんだろうなって思ってるんだよ。ムーは看守さんを信じてるってことなんだから喜んでほしいくらいだよ。
それはどうも。
だってムーは
All
悪
the
くない
views
って
in
言
this
って
game are actually
く
really
れた
good, to be
看
honest
守
with
さ
you.
んのやることだか
They
ら
all sing their own songs too, so
多
they're
分
excellent
正
singers
し
too.
いんだよ。ほらほら自信持って。
そういえばはるかとずいぶん仲がいいようだな。
ミルグラムの中では一番仲良しだよ。
何か目的があるのか？はるかのお前への執着は異常だ。この環境だ。はるかを何かに利用しようとしていると考えるのも自然だと思うが。
看守さんって友達いないの？
はあ？
いるの？
まあ思い当たらんが。
かわいそう。ムーが教えてあげるよ。友達ってそういうものじゃないんだよ。何かに利用とかじゃなくて、ただ互いに居心地が良くて仲良しなだけだよ。
それは失礼。
はるかくんはとっても優しいんだよ。何言っても許してくれるし、言うこと聞いてくれるし、ムーにとってとっても居心地がいいんだよ。
それは友達か？
なんで？
It's interesting you bring that up, Nate, because I looked into
はるかくん
I
も
looked
それ
into
で
Fuda's
喜ん
voice
でく
actor
れてる
because
わ
I
けだし、
mistook him for someone else.
お互いいいことしかないもん。
And
友達
kind
の
of
いな
similar
い
case,
僕には分
honestly.
からんが、それは手のいい搾取ではないのか？
搾取？ちょっとよくわかんないけど、ムーだって服選んであげたりしてるし、この前いらなくなったヘアピンお下がりであげたし。どちらにしてもムーもはるかくんも看守さんが許した人なんだし、何か文句言われる筋合いもないと思うな。
はるかにも言ったことだが、ミルグラムは三神性だ。お前は一度許されたに過ぎない。心から安心するのは早いと思うが。
許すって決めたんでしょ？やっぱりなしとかそういうのかっこ悪いと思う。
そういうものだ。
もういいでしょ。だってムーのこと見たんでしょ。それで悪くないって思ったんでしょ。
ああ、そうだ。第一審はな。
何回やったって一緒だよ。ムーはムーだもん。変わらないよ。
これ以上見られると都合の悪いものでもあるのか？ ミルグラムは映像と歌によって心象を表す。第一審により許し許されなかったお前たちはより本質をさらけ出し、また新たに深く心の中が引き出される。例えばお前が隠したかったもの、お前が忘れているもの、お前の強い気持ちにより見えなくなっていたものにも光が当たることになる。
No worries.
かもしれない。
よくわかんない。いいよ別に。もう悪くないもん。
そうかな。確かに僕はお前のことを一度は許した。だがずっと違和感を覚えていた。
Oh, come on.
The ads.
Maybe I should just invest
Not bad.
Maybe I should just invest in YouTube Premium again. Why are these Why are these unskippable?
I fucking hate that because they're shorter because you can't skip them.
Yeah.
Jesus.
本当に許してよかったのか。
$8 a month is a lot.
何か巧妙に隠しているんじゃないか。
Yeah, when everything ties up, it's definitely costly.
そんなこと思うの？ひどいよ、会社さん。会社さんは見たでしょ？
Shit,
ムー
hi,
のこと。
hi, welcome,
ム
welcome.
ー
How are you
がと
doing,
っても
man?
ひどいことされて殺さなきゃ逃げ出せなかったこと。あんなにひどいことされてたムーによくそんなこと言えるね。会社さんひどいよ。
そうかもな。
Ichi,
お前の
hi,
痛みや
Ichi.
苦しみ
Welcome,
は十
welcome. How
分
you
に伝わっ
doing?
た。いじめ。
Oh yeah, Ichi, your
一方的な
your
暴力と
wax
虐
came
待
in.
耐え難いものだ
Smells
った
really
よ
good. I'll take a
弱き
picture
者
later.
があの状況から抜け出す道
And I block
は
her from Shug.
殺害し
Yeah,
か
if you
ない
want
と
to,
盲
actually, that
信
helps.
して
Thank
しまう
you.
のも無理はない。だからこそ許した。
ああしなきゃいつか死んでたもん。
I'm exhausted. What about you?
だが
Also exhausted. Also
本当
incredibly
にお前は
exhausted.
弱者なのか、ムー。
But and how it's
僕
pretty
の違
good.
和感はそこだ。
I like how it smells. I
お
like how it
前
smells
は
a lot.
本当に弱者なのか。
I gotta figure out, like,
Jackson,
I've never
you didn't
used like
see
those
that
like
get
wax molds before, so I gotta figure out how to
どう
actually
い
use
う
them.
こと？
Wait, do you use Crop? No, I use
Nasa
I use Microsoft Edge.
原因は何だ。そこがわからない。都合よく語られていないとも言える。お前自身もそこには触れないな。触られたくない場所か。
看守さんって本当に良くないと思うな。いじめられる方に原因があるなんて、そんなことを言うのって良くないんじゃない？
ほう。
どんな状況でもいじめる方が悪いよ。当たり前でしょ。看守さん頭いいのにそんなこともわからないの？道徳の授業でも受けた方がいいよ。仮にムーが何かしたとしてもいじめてもいい理由なんかないよ。看守さん
I found one for Edge.
もっと優しい
Thank you,
人だ
Ann.
と
I
思って
appreciate
たよ。
that. I love
期
candles a
待
lot.
に
I have
添
one
え
that
ず
smells like
申し
fruit
訳ないな。
Yeah, I have one.
してるなら
I have
許
one
して
that
あげるけど。
I have one that I keep on my
寛
coffee
大な
table.
ムーに甘えて、
I
もう
gotta
一
figure out a
つ
good place
質
for
問
this
してい
one.
いか。
But yeah, I'll send a picture later.
何？つまんない質問だったらやだよ。
お前は悪くないとして。
としてじゃない。悪くないもん。
分かった分かった。お前は悪くないが、いじめられた理由は何だと思う？
わかんないよそんなの。もう家がお金持ちだし、見た目も目立つし、妬みとかひがみとかじゃない？
そうかそうか。お前がもともと逆の立場だったという説もあるかと思ったが。
何言ってんの？
お前が人をいじめていたからいじめられていたという推理もできるという話だが。
今自分がどんなひどいこと言ってるか分かってる？
どうした？そんなにイラついて。お前は悪くないんだろ。
看守さん嫌い。
あくまで仮説。そんなに怒るなよ。どうなんだ？答えられないか？
いじめなんかしてない。 そんなひどいことしない。人を叩いたこともないし、水をかけたこともない。ムーはそんなことしない。嘘じゃない。ムーは嘘ついてないよ。本当に何もしてない。
なるほど、参考にするよ。
あのね、看守さん。ムーわかんないんだけど。
なんだ。
ムーはいじめられたからやり返したっていうのを看守さんは許してくれたんでしょ。
まあそうだな。
なんて言うんだっけ。復讐か。復讐はありってことだよね。で、今度ムーを許さないってしたら復讐はなしってことだよね。看守さんがさっき言ってた、仮にムーが人をいじめてたとしたらってのを一旦採用するとね、もちろんいじめなんてしてないけどね。
ああ。
ムーにいじめられてたからってムーをいじめ返すのは復讐だよね。それが仕方ないって思うんならムーのこと許さなきゃダメじゃない？
よく意味がわからんが。
だからいじめてたんだからムーがいじめられても仕方ないだろうって看守さんが思うんなら、ムーがもう一回返しても悪くなくない？看守さんがムーを許さないよ、復讐は良くないよって言うんだったら、ムーにいじめられたからってムーをいじめ返すのもダメじゃない？そもそもダメなことされたんだからムー悪くなくない？
なんとなくわかるようなわからないような。
看守さんあまり頭良くないのかな？
悪かったな。
まあ仕方ないか。ウサギと喋れる人だし。どっちにしてもムー悪くないって分かったから大丈夫。
お前と話しても進まんことは分かっていたからな。心象の抽出をしてから考えることにする。
あ、でもムーを許さないとはるかくん死んじゃうからやめた方がいいよ。
お前も把握済みか、あの妄言を。
はるかくんがムーに言ってくれたの。だから安心してくれって。嬉しかったな。友情を感じたよ。
知っていながら止めないのか、はるかを。
なんで？はるかくんがそうしたいって言うんだから仕方ないんじゃない？
友人だというのに。
友達だからでしょ。友達がしたいってことはさせてあげるのが友達でしょ。そんなの友達じゃないとか言いたいの？じゃあどんなのが友達？お互いにいいことがあるから一緒にいるんでしょ。
はるかにいいことがあるように思えない。
そんなのはるかくんにとってのいいことなんて看守さんに分かることじゃないでしょ。
手強いなお前。
よく分かんないよ、看守さんの言ってること。はるかくんが何をしようとはるかくんの自由だし、ムーは悪くない。ムーがお願いしたわけじゃないし。
なるほどね。そうなんだろうな。お前は何も言わない。ただそうあるだけで周囲が意志を組んで行動してくれる。そうか、いわば生まれながらの女王。いや、言葉ではなくフェロモンで周囲を操るさながら女王蜂か。
フェロモン？何言ってるかわかんないけど、やらしい感じなのはやだ。
そういうニュアンスじゃない。
どっちにしてもムーよりもっと許しちゃいけない人いるんだから、そっちに力を入れればいいと思う。ほら、ことこさんとかの方が良くないでしょ。あ、でもあれは看守さんがやらせたのか。
いちいち腹の立つ。
とにかくムーを許しておけばいいんだよ。はるかくんも無事で済むし。あ、というか 全員許せばいいんじゃない？琴子さんも暴れないでしょ。難しいこと考えないで。
それはとても魅力的な提案だな。
でしょ？
考えることを放棄してそうできたらどれだけいいことか。
ムーからしたらなんでそうしないのかよくわかんないけど。
それが僕の役割だからだ。
与えられた役割でしょ？なりたくてなったわけじゃないでしょ？叶えた夢でもないでしょ？看守さんって。じゃあ縛られる必要なくない？やめればよくない？
何を？
看守さんは看守さんだから看守さんなの？ムーは囚人って決めつけられたって心まで囚人にならないよ。ムーはムーだもん。看守さん大丈夫？また調子悪い？難しいこと考えすぎだからだよ。やめちゃいなよ、看守なんてさ。
お前は黙れ。囚人番号4番ムー、お前の罪を訴え。
Any thoughts before we move on?
She's a manipulative little bitch, isn't she?
Yeah. She's giving off that whole vibe of like Warden said, like our freaking MC said. She's acting like a queen bee. Everyone's actions are only to benefit her. Talking about, oh, he's my friend, but oh, he wants to end his life, and oh, I'm gonna let him. Real friendship is like, okay, yeah, friends are able to make their own choices, but when it's something that drastic, at least like you want to try to stop them. But she's completely emotionless about it. She's only showing and displaying emotions when it's directly affecting her in a negative way. But everybody else, it's like, oh, I don't care. She doesn't really care about it. Anyone else can be hurt, and she's not caring.
I do want to point out that one of the best ways I've been able to kind of describe how Moo is in this trial, or even just how Moo is in general, she's incredibly short-sighted and puts basically no thought into like anything. Like she's a very shallow thinker.
No, she's the other word for it is a bimbo. She's a bimbo.
The vibe I'm actually getting from her right now, funny as it is, Jeffrey Dahmer vibes.
Remind me of that again.
Yeah, like she
outside of the whole like
you brought up
thing with Jeffrey Dahmer, like that we all know of, anyone who knows him.
You brought up that name before, and it was during this. I forget what it was.
The Jeffrey Dahmer vibes are someone who is self-aware but without emotion. Like, think of how they say serial killers, murderers, and all that. All these people that are described as literally crazy in the sense that they are a danger to other people, they lack the emotional awareness and credibility for other people. They feel nothing for other people unless it's something that benefits them. And they get a kick from things that don't go against them. It's like this whole thing of control. If they can control the person and that person has a benefit to them in whatever they see, whatever they want, of any kind of pleasure, that is what they seek. But that other person's pain does not register them. They are literally incapable of registering the effects and the like horrors of what they stew on other people through their own acts or lack thereof.
Oh yeah, that's no. She also like what she's giving me too is that she's like what really got me, what really got me is that, like, she tries to, so she's hiding something for sure. Like, she's, oh my God. When she was,
100%.
when he mentioned, when
Yes.
the warden mentioned, they're like, oh, well, I mean, what are you gonna do? Punish me for fucking getting bullied, and then I fucking fight back? I stand up for myself, And he's like, well, that's not from what I've hear. And she's like, what are you saying? What did you hear? And like she's afraid something is gonna fucking come up that she did, and that she had to cover up so quickly. Because I'm gonna say this right now, you don't just get bullied for no fucking reason. Like, there's some people that will bully you for just no fucking reason, but there's got to be some like underlining to it.
Yeah,
because
like our warden made that point.
Yeah, because oftentimes too, like if a bully decides to bully someone else, even if the target is chosen like randomly, the act of like choosing to bully in general usually has like some usually like you want to feel powerful,
Motive.
so you want to feel like in control of some aspect of your life, so you choose to bully, and then you picked that person because they look like someone you could bully. And like it could be as shallow as
and
that.
Then you got other people, like how it was described in that interview there of like our MC's point of view, like our warden's point of view is a reasonable thought process. What if, like, okay, I forgave you in the first trial because of what I seen, because the only way for you to survive in that after dealing with it for so long was to take action because nobody else was helping you. But to think of what led to it happening, what led to that bullying, and what led to having that bullying become so bad. What if there is the possibility that she herself, Moo, did something prior to them? Because then she brought up as in a sense, a hypothetical, if there was a chance that like I did something to them and I bullied them and then they bullied me and I bullied them back. She was kind of in a sense trying to over explain herself and resulting in revealing things, little things like that. Like when you get interviews like that, if you want to think of it from like a interrogator standpoint, it's like, okay, you're being over descriptive on something, and in that over description, people tend to reveal more than what they did before. Exactly. Now they mentioned too, like, oh, I seen what you showed in like these high emotions, and now in this second trial, she's feeling relaxed and not on guard like in the first trial. So here's new strong emotions that might reveal more, and she's getting scared and defensive about it, which is why she also led to trying to convince our character here to stop being the warden and just forgive everybody, as if trying to skip the whole process and get right to a judgment because she knows something will come out that she does not want to come out. And she's using another inmate's life on the line because she brought up too about knowing what they said they were going to do if anything happens to her. And she's here point blank telling the warden, if you say I'm not forgiven and something happens to me, they're going to die. Exactly. She's literally holding the life of another inmate for her protection.
I agree with Para. What she acts innocent, but 100% knows what the warden's talking about. She's overconfident at the start. No, yeah, that's what's striking. Though I was kind of like, I kind of had the ick because I mean, shit, we've dealt with overconfident fucking bitches like her, in school and shit like that. Like, oh, I did nothing wrong. I'm fine. I'm like, they bullied me.
That plays into like what I mentioned about like the whole Jeffrey Dahmer effect of not having any emotions unless it has something to do with herself. She's not caring about the pain or suffering of others because it's not affecting her. Only when it affects her does it matter.
Hey, Queenie, on that note real quick, what's the difference between that and sociopathy? I think it's sociopathy.
So it is in a sense the same exact thing, outside of the fact that sociopathy, sociopaths can have residual feelings to what they're doing to other people. It's just that they incessantly do not care. They feel what they're doing. They feel like they can feel guilt, but they don't care. Whereas in like the sense of what a lot of people deem as the Jeffrey Dahmer effect is they don't feel that. There is absolutely guilt, pain, all of that, like disassociation does not register in their brain. It's like they're missing that piece of their brain that registers that and gives them the chance to either care or not care and act upon those reactions.
Got it.
Sociopathy, though, they do feel that, and there are some sociopaths that are like, even as we like can tell in history, if anyone looks up like say background stories for sociopaths, there is a number of sociopaths who have let people go or described like after they're caught how they do feel like a semblance of remorse towards what they've done.
Mm-hmm.
But like in again, like Jeffrey Dahmer's case, like even in his trials, he had no reaction to when they were reading out all of his crimes and everything that they found within his home. He had absolutely no reaction and was not like looking for forgiveness. He was showing no remorse. He had nothing, zero zilch. He was a white page towards all of it. He knew it was bad, but he didn't feel like the reactions like we would feel if we caused someone a lot of pain. We're going to feel like remorse to it. We're going to be like regretful. And in a lot of cases, we want like redemption, like, hey, yeah, we're sorry. Like we need to fix this. We want to fix it. We want to help you, whatever, blah, 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 blah. He did not feel that. And anything that was said to him didn't register as something bad until it directly affected him and he was being locked away. Then he had a moment where they regarded that they did see a semblance of emotion in his eyes that was a genuine emotion and not like what he grew up learning to fake to pass as someone who shows like a semblance of these emotions and seem normal. That there was just only a split second of it once the jury deliberated and decided his fate, and he realized like, oh, hey, yeah, I'm going away for life now. What I did brought this on. And it was just that one moment. And then as soon as that moment passed, he was back to not caring. He was locked up in jail and just had no care and started telling everything that he did because, well, nothing's going to change the course of history, but he's still, even while describing the things that he's done, talking and replaying the moments in his head to tell like press and the police the names of people, the vile things that he did. He had no emotion at all in his eyes, not even pleasure. Like a sociopath can display like, oh yeah, I did blah 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 to someone else and I enjoyed it, and they're showing like the pleasure, the enjoyment that they had.
Isn't that psychopathy rather than sociopathy at that point though?
It in the end it kind of like ties down to like a sliver mix of both. Okay. Because even though in sociopathy like they can still show those emotions and they like I said, they genuinely do feel them. It's just that in their mind it doesn't register on a sense that it matters.
Yeah, so like
they feel them, but it doesn't matter to them.
So like Photo said, like TLDR, sociopaths ignore it, but the other side just doesn't feel it.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's like why I say like the Jeffrey Dahmer effect. Yeah. He's on that other side that literally no matter whatever chemical balance is in their brain does not feel any emotion at all.
I do.
And they spend their lives literally faking these emotions just to seem normal and to try and live normally. But they could literally spend an entire life being the kindest person you would ever meet. Like the kind of person that would wave to every stranger on the side of the street, give an old lady a smile, and like compliment a new mother with their baby. And they seem like this most, like the most genuine, nicest person you're ever going to meet. But on the inside, they don't know the actual feeling of what they're acting out. They'll spend their lives looking at people's faces and kind of like an actor, they could stand in front of a mirror and learn how to twist their face into those same expressions so that people that interact with them get that same feeling that others give when they genuinely feel it.
It blends in.
But it's all just, it's a blend of things, and they practice these all of their lives just to live a somewhat semblance of a normal life. But then there's the fact that they could walk down the street and have that smile, like see an old lady walking across the street, and most people like give a kind smile and they want to help that old lady genuinely. They could walk down the street, have that exact same smile, help that old lady across the street, and then once they get across the street, they could push that old lady in front of a car coming back up the road, and they would feel nothing.
Yeah. Well, one more thing I want to cover real quick, or like just like because I brought up my my note journal, so I can kind of like talk about these a little bit more in depth and add my own things to this as well. I also just want to bring attention to the fact that manipulation tactics were all throughout the entire like interrogation. You have confusion, being on the topic of revenge. You have temptation, and her trying to like stop, like telling him to stop being the warden, or to like her telling him like not, or telling them not to do stressful things, and being responsible for what happens. And you have exclusivity, because like in her friendship with Haruka, she only talks to Haruka out of everyone, and essentially preys on his loyalty. And I don't even think she's smart enough to realize that's what she's doing either.
Yeah, like it's kind of like what Milgram said is like it doesn't seem like a friendship, it seems like a manipulation.
An exploitation.
Like she's manipulating them into it. And then there's also like the whole it's like she's also adding in what's it called, like a boomerang effect, like what's being thrown at her she's going to like throw it back in a sense, because of like where Milgram, our warden, brought up the whole spiel of like pheromones and like a queen bee. It's like she instantly turned it against them to make them second guess by saying, I'm not comfortable with this kind of perverse thing. Completely, like when that was not the directive of it, because even the wording of our warden did not make an explicit kind of perverse statement. They made a statement of a reference.
Actually, you're right. I didn't even think about that. Hold on. Yeah, there's you can add deflection to that list as well.
Yes, that's the word I was thinking of. Deflection.
Fan art of Green and S's attire when. Oh my god.
Nini, I said that too to him when we first started this. I was like, you need literally like S's outfit, man.
Yeah, we were like jumping on board with that. Like, no, he needs the warden.
Not even S's. Our freaking Bun outfit.
There is something I do want to bring up regarding a lot of these tactics, especially this deflection one. Now that we brought it up, I don't think Moo is smart enough to realize that that's what she's doing. A lot of manipulators can also be manipulating without realizing that they're manipulating, and a lot of that time can often come in in upbringing. And especially with someone who's as spoiled as Moo is, I think that's also a good portion of that as well. The only question comes up in like how much can you blame it on unawareness when it comes to manipulating someone.
So I can't remember the exact wording of a saying, but there's a saying that's along the lines of like something that's used by like lawyers in court and stuff. Unawareness doesn't what is it? Unawareness does not allow like passability to crime. It's kind of like a saying. It's usually used in situations like, say someone, Green, you were running this like deep money laundering Ponzi scheme, and I didn't know, and you had me sign a paper to help you with something under like a conscience of like, hey, yeah, I need like this character reference for whatever, blah blah blah, and then you take my signature in that quote unquote character reference, which could be something that's literally helping your illegal business, and you tell me like, hey, yeah, you give me this character reference, I'm going to like pay you for it, whatever, blah blah blah, and yada yada yada, and then it gets brought into court and my name is in that, and I profited from it there, and even if I did not know, I'm still going to be
Prosecuted
on that listing as like to be prosecuted for the deed of helping you commit something illegal, even if I was unaware. Unawareness does not stop the fact that I took money from you, even if it was under a guise of something I didn't understand. I benefited, I profited from it, and I would still suffer penalty. Same thing with driving. Driving without a seatbelt, person in the passenger seat, even without a seatbelt, and even if they don't know, by chance, someone is dumb enough not to know, like the whole seatbelt thing in cars, even if the driver has their seatbelt on and you're pulled over, the passenger without a seatbelt is going to get charged as well as the driver.
All right. Shall we begin the video, the music?
Yes.
All right. Ironically, Rena, you brought up earlier how a lot of bullies will say it's not my fault. This movie, this MV is called "It's Not My Fault."
Yeah, no, I'm being serious because I mean I've dealt with bullies like mostly like all my life, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And she just describes me as this like yeah, she's the queen bee, like, oh, no one will touch her, nobody will bully her. But once she starts getting bullied back, she tries to pull it on her, like, you know, okay, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so have you seen those, like, you know, those AI looking like videos that have been popping up around lately, like like the girl weeps, like cries her eyes out, like, oh, I didn't do anything wrong, like they're the one that started it, blah blah blah, and then the girl's like, I didn't do anything wrong, what the fuck did I do? I didn't even touch you, you know.
Oh yeah, like the villainous feigning innocence and stuff, like, oh
yes, but then she's like a
stuff.
bitch behind the guy she wants her back, yeah. And then finally at the end they finally realize that she's the actual mastermind of everything. Yeah, no, she gives me that kind of vibes, like, yeah, she seems like this typical spoiled rich girl that thinks she can get anything she wants and she's jealous. I think she's jealous of somebody. She was jealous of somebody, and
I believe that.
Yeah, and she couldn't get her way, so she bullied under the desk, like, you know, under the, like,
even
behind
offhanded comments.
Yeah, like she'll make, like, you know, oh, she's like, well, guess what? He's blah blah this and that, blah 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 blah, you know, pissing the person off. But when the other person finally steps up and does something, like, she acts like she's the innocent one in the whole ordeal. That's what she gives
like,
me.
she probably had like a life where no one ever told her no, and she never suffered consequences for misdeeds, and like it was always covered. Probably, let's per se cover same thing as you mentioned, Riri, with like those AI videos. All her misdeeds were always covered up, so she never had to deal with consequences. Either they were covered up or someone else was forced to take the blame. But still, in the end, she never dealt with consequences. So the first person that's going to stand up against her, even if it's slight little cruel comments, which that interview also seemed to show, because she was kind of giving backhanded insults to S.
Yeah.
They could have probably been doing that, and someone stood up like, hey, leave me alone, and she did not like that, so she started more, and then this person had enough and took action against her, and she considered it bullying, and she's taken the whole description of, oh, I was being bullied by them, and never revealing the fact that she started it because she never had to suffer consequences before. She was never told what she does is wrong.
Yes, so that's exactly what I was talking about, is that she was like, yeah, because I feel like she's one of those, like, those girls, like, oh, I see what she did? Look, she hurt me. I can't believe she did that, you know? Like, the fucking
kind of person that'll, like, take a character's hand, slap themselves in the face with the character's hand, and then, oh, she hit me. Hurt her.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. She gives out that vibe where she's like, she's playing the victim card until the day she did something backfired, and everybody was revealed, like, you know, everybody was like, oh my god, you know, like, why you were like this the whole time, and then she ended up in Milgram.
It just reminds me of one of my novel characters, like full-blown connection to that this is scary. I never knew about Milgram when I wrote that character, and now I want to commit crimes in my... Alright. But
yeah, it's like it's literally the classic frickin' model trend for like a lot of novels now is the evil villainess who frames the actual like
main character
in it and gets her way, gets everything, takes it all from the main character because everyone stands up for her, even the character's family and close friends and stuff.
Or like the lover of the main character, or lover of the main character, or something like that. Because I feel like, and I'm sorry, and I know this is so stereotypical, but I feel like this is about a boy. It's about a boy, and you know, like she like there was a boy. Like I mean, like you know, she liked this guy, and she wanted to, like I feel like I'm being serious. Like it's giving me that vibe. Like and then she fucking finally like found out, like you know she was finally found out like, oh, like what the fuck, you did all this, you started this, you know, and everybody started turning against her, like lovers, family, you know, friends, they started all turning against her because they found out who she really was.
But yeah, shall we begin then? Because this does have a pretty good amount of her story.
I want to see this, actually. I actually want to see this.
And we go. Enjoy.
時の才能そうやって思い通り
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
Now that video compared to the first one is kind of like...
It's like a mask.
It's literally displaying the fact that... Because we already had the determination from the first video, there had to be some tie between her and the girls that were quote-unquote bullying her because of the photo that was on her phone of all of them. This is now displaying that they were a group literally bullying someone else, And the person from the first video that she killed was seeing it happening and literally looking at her in disgust. So this video is kind of giving the depiction like maybe this other girl, like Moo's quote unquote friends were kind of turning onto the side of this other girl and she didn't like it. So it's like she's queen bee of this group and now someone else is getting in the way and slowly like taking her devoted posse and becoming the new queen, and she couldn't have that. So she had like a mental snap, killed this girl, and now she's here.
I'd like to point out also, to back up your answer, to back up your theory on that, this shot, or like this whole scene where she reemerges alone and flies out of the hourglass, this you can kind of interpret that as, now that the girl that she killed is dead, the replacement queen is no more. Moo can reemerge as the queen, and because the hourglass is destroyed, there's no one to flip it over and reverse the hierarchies. She can fly back up to the top and stay there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the other girl was starting to tip the scale and she couldn't have that happen. And this video is literally like play for play showing out that she was the big bully. She was the ringleader, like the big bully queen. And then she was losing her control because of this other girl, and she had to get the obstacle out of the way of her power.
It's why
and with her messed up, spoiled mind, she was always given everything she wanted. And it's like, kind of like what we already said, like if somebody told her no, like she always got her way anyway because someone else would handle it. Even if she had a lash out, it would be covered. This is literally displaying that, and it's kind of like she always had the belief that she can't do no wrong because she never had to deal with consequences because someone always covered it up for her. But this is something that can't be covered up. And she's still in belief that she did no wrong.
Yeah, it's also why
it's
why I have a lot of appreciation for the hourglass imagery that's consistent with throughout her trial videos or trial music videos, because the concept of it all flipping right back, like either she's the one flipping it or someone else flipping it onto her.
Yeah, no, because honestly, like, what was it? That something really caught my eye. What she said is that, like, you know, she kept repeating herself, like, it's not my fault, it's not my fault, it's not my fault, like you know. And she just kept, like, she kept going on and on and on and telling, like, you know, it's like she's trying to convince the audience, like, hey, it's not my fault, like I didn't mean to kill that girl, like, you know, but she was in my way. And like, what are we supposed to do? Sit here and be like, oh yeah, Mew, yeah, good job, you got that bitch out of the, what the fuck, no. Like, she blames the new girl. Yeah, it's always the new girl. Like, just because she's got, it's like, oh yeah, she's pretty. Oh yeah, we like how she is. She's super nice. And then Mew got fucking jealous. She's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, now with this second video, I kind of get, between the first video and this one, I get the two kind of, in my mind, like, two possible situations is what I see is
auditions for heaven.
Like the first video with the determination of, okay, she was being bullied and she had to act for her own safety. That can also tie into the fact, like, okay, yeah, like you pointed out, Granny, she might not be smart enough to even know, but she took an action. So what, like, in the possibility, okay, maybe these girls were bullying her, and like S said, maybe it was like a retaliation bullying because of how she treated everybody. Even the people that followed her clearly with this video says that she treated them poorly. So this group of girls, it can either be they genuinely hated her and were bullying her back, which pushed her to the point of her own only immediate thought way of protecting herself when she had no one else left because of her treatment of them, was to take action and kill somebody in self-defense. Or it could be the literal definition of they wanted her to have a taste of her medicine so it wasn't as bad as she thought. Maybe they were like saying some things. Yeah, maybe they dumped water on her to kind of be like, hey, yeah, you did this to other people. Like, in a sense of like giving someone a taste of their own medicine so that they can have the chance to redeem themselves, make a change. But it went absolutely wrong because in her mind, it's her being told no and that she's wrong. And so she just acted out in rage and killed somebody. That's my two determinations of either she thought it was self-defense because maybe they went a little too far, or she just didn't like being told no.
Yeah, and Para has actually a good point. She gives, but she can't take.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. No, that's a really good point. It's just because, like, you know, she gives all this fucking bad treatment towards people, and then she's like, you know, what she never thought in her fucking day in her life that no one's ever gonna fucking stand up to her and be like, you know, like, oh yeah, we're gonna give you the same treatment that you've been giving other people. And I mean, honestly, it's fucking valid.
Yeah. Not dissimilar to Heather, but she make a good female JD. I've met people like this, but not to this extreme. But people like this do exist. That is, people absolutely like this exist, or with this mindset.
That's what is scary. That's what is really bad. That's really what's bad about society nowadays. Is that there's exactly people like you, and it's just like, you're like, you know, I really hope like these bullies kind of like do come across this and come across Mew, and they're just like, oh shit, am I like that? Yeah. All
right, so but yeah, I'm gonna assume we all agree on what our verdict is for this one.
Guilty. Fucking guilty.
Yeah.
No, guilty all the way.
Figured.
Oh, guilty all the way. Thank you, Rena. Exactly that. Exactly. See, Nini gets me.
But yeah, let's move on. Here we go.
This is a story that
ad blocker that.
This is a story. Yeah.
That ad blocker that gave me did not work. God damn it.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you know, but they stopped having ad blockers for YouTube.
God damn it.
Oh yeah, it doesn't apply on YouTube anymore.
Yep. I know it sucks. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I mean, it's not my issue. It's like everyone else's issue because like now I have to wait for the ads.
Oh my god, it's a hot doctor.
外傷性網膜剥離打撲裂傷胸部の不全骨折梶山君の現状です。
風太の
椎名君はさらにひどい頭部裂傷全身打撲左前腕の骨幹部骨折頸椎捻挫肋骨骨折左脛骨の骨折そして専門外も甚だしいですが精神の衰弱が著しい
マヒル
心身ともに限界です。もうやめましょう S 君。 君がいない間にたくさんのことが起きました。このままでは死人が出ます。
分かっている。コトコの行動は僕にとっても想定外だ。今回の第二審で今一度審判を。
違う。
Can I say something real quick?
What's up?
He's like, I don't appreciate, you know, Kokio's or something like that. I can't remember her name. Kotoko. He's like, I don't appreciate Koto's actions. I'm like, bitch, you gave her the fucking weapon to fucking beat people. So that's not.
What?
What are you talking about? Sorry, that makes me just so mad. I'm sorry. It pisses me off when someone says, well, I don't appreciate what she did either. I was like,
that's the thing, though. I didn't know that was going to be the reaction after making the determination of forgive or not forgive.
I mean, yeah, like when you before the start of trial too, did you
fully informed?
Yeah, before the trial,
he was not fully informed of how Milgram works.
Yeah, before the start of trial too, did you think Kotoko was going to do that?
No, yeah, yes, I did. No, I absolutely knew. Because from her fucking music video, the way she was fucking talking, she's like, oh, bad people deserve, fucking punishment. These are bad people. Blah, blah, this and that. I was like, oh, shit. The people that are going to be voted guilty are going to be beaten up by her because E liked the way they were, the way fucking she was talking, how like bad people should be brought to justice. And he's like, okay. He's like, okay. You know what? I'm gonna give you the weapon to fucking hurt people that were guilty.
The majority of people did not believe that she was gonna do, like, yeah, like even Queenie here, like Queenie didn't think she was didn't know she was gonna do that.
Like, even in my sense, like, even if it was thought that she would be able to do something like that, we need to also think of it from like S's perspective. S literally came into this like with no memory of anything, like a fresh little baby, just pushed right into this. And on their first day of being awoken, like they're judging these people on if they're forgiven or not. S is literally only going on what is being fed to them, on how things have to go, on how S is supposed to like do their job. And they're in a what is in any descriptive sense a jail, and you're not going to think like if you're in individual cells, like regardless if you say someone is guilty or not, that one of the non-guilty party is going to try and kill one of the guilty parties after also being informed that they are going to undergo multiple trials. So Kotoko is pretty well like acting ahead of time before a final like juror, in a sense, like a juror's decision is done on these people. Kotoko is taking it into her own action, but S never knew that she would do that because obviously, like, again, this was literally S's first day on it with a zero memory mind. Like, basically, like a brand new clone of something that was created just for this program. Like, there's no memory of a past for S, no nothing. S does not even know, like, if they're a real person. They only know what they're told. So they're going by, like, their guide of what they're understanding.
I will say this. So we can get back to it. I'm just saying, guilty or not, you shouldn't be beaten like that. You shouldn't be beaten to taking your eye out. You shouldn't be like fucking beaten senseless. Okay, like I get it. Like some of these people in here are fucking guilty, but don't be beaten on them like that. Come on. Like I don't think they
fully decided on if they are truly guilty or not.
because she. I mean, she just. I think Kotoko's like. I think she just took her anger out on these people because she's angry. She's like upset that she's in here being fucking charged for quote unquote doing the right thing. I honestly, I don't know. It's giving me a bad fucking taste in my mouth about her.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I don't really like.
I get too, though, that these interviews and how it's going to react on things is also going to determine our reaction on these specific people too, on our judgment of them, because their actions in between each trial is also displaying and showing more of who they are as a person. They could say one thing while undergoing the trial and their interview with S, like, oh, I won't do something, and then if they go and do that while S is asleep waiting for the next trial, S is literally going to be like, okay, well, you said you weren't this kind of person, and now you're displaying that you are. So that is also something, too, I guess, that they're using to kind of, like, sway our judgment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, like, yeah, but just like I said, I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right at all. But let's get back to the video.
Yeah, that's valid. That's absolutely valid.
俺たちのため、そして君のためです。
できない。
なぜです？
止める方法など皆目見当もつかない。僕の意思程度でミルグラムは止まらない。それだけはわかる。お前たちの審判を終えるまで止まることはない。確信がある。
君も俺たちと同じなんですね。大きな流れに巻き込まれているだけだ。
一緒にするな。 お前は囚人、僕は看守。一度始めたことは最後までやるつもりだ。
S 君。
しかししばらく会わない間に随分目に生気が満ちているじゃないか。以前は生きているのか死んでいるのかよくわからない顔をしていたが、
そうですか。
第一審の結果を受けてのことか。
その件について君の考えを聞かせてほしいと思っていました。君はなぜ俺を許したんですか？許さないでほしいと言ったのに。
なぜ看守が囚人の言うことを聞かねばならない？僕は僕自身の基準で決める。
君は俺の心象を見たのでしょう。俺以上に人を殺した人間
Hi,
は
Milo.
そういないはずで
How you
す。
doing tonight?
許されなかった囚人たちも俺に比べれば大したことをしていない。
お前は医者だ。僕はお前の人殺しは医療行為による殺人だと推理している。臓器移植だ。いわゆる脳死状態の患者から臓器を摘出する行為。お前が言っている人殺しとはそれだ。違うか？
なるほど。それは俺の心象に映っていたんですか？
もちろん直接的ではないがな。あらゆる情報からその可能性が高いと僕たちは考察した。
僕たちとは今僕たちと。
僕がそう言ったのか？
ええ。
いえ、気にするな。話を戻すぞ。僕の推理の話だ。
すごいですね、ミルグラム。別にここが超常空間であることを今さら疑ってなどいませんが、本物ですね。
正解ということか？
まあ半分というところですかね。
どちらにせよ僕は医療行為による人殺しを許すと判断した。お前が何を望もうと関係ないね。僕なりに調べたつもりだ。脳死患者を死んでいると捉えていいのか、そのあたりの議論は常に繰り広げられていたようだな。
よく勉強していますね。
ただお前らの世界の議論に興味はない。僕はお前を許すと判断した。それでいい。
それはなぜですか？
そもそも臓器移植に携わることは医者としての仕事だ。お前が自由意志で行ったことではないだろう。
俺は自分の仕事に誇りを持っていました。良き行いであるとね。自分の意志ではないとは言えません。
人を救うための行いだろう。事実、それによって救われる人間もいるはずだ。
俺もそう思っていましたよ。そういった大義名分を掲げて何の疑いもなくね。
死を待つしかない人間の命で生き残れる可能性のある人間を救えるんだろう。ならば考えるまでもないだろう。
俺もそう思っていました。傲慢にもね。
今はそう思わないということか？
ええ、そうですね。俺はね、臓器移植に反対する脳死患者の家族を説得し続けてきたんですよ。今 S 君が言ってくれたような理由を盾にね。あなたの知らない他の誰かの命のためにあなたの家族を殺させてくれと言っていたんですよ。それがどれくらい残酷なことか少し考えればわかるはずなのに、俺は最後の最後までわからなかった。
あまりにも疑惑的じゃないか。家族であろうと関係がないように思えるが。
それが自分の家族でも同じように感じますか？ S 君、君の家族はご健在ですか？
わからない。覚えていない。
そうですか。それは申し訳ないことを聞きました。
構わない。覚えていないものに干渉も何もないだろう。それに自分の家族が対象であろうと 僕の判断が変わるとは思えないな。
そんなことありませんよ。
たとえミルグラムの囚人に僕の家族がいようと、僕は仕事を全うしてみせるぞ。
家族は特別です。
ああ、
少し雑談をしましょうか。刑法は勉強済みですか？
まあ有名どころはな。監視の仕事を始めてから勉強している。
素晴らしい。例えば罪を犯した者をかくまったり、加害者を助けるために証拠を隠滅したりすることは罪になりますよね。
103条と104条だな。
よく覚えていますね。105条も覚えていますか？
いや、詳しいのか？
専門家ではないですが、とても印象的で覚えているんです。105条はですね、全2条の罪については犯人または逃走した者の親族がこれらの者の利益のために犯した時はその刑を免除することができるとあります。
つまり犯罪者をかくまい助けたとしても親族であれば無罪であるということか？
そうです。俺には刑法ですらどんな状況でも家族は助け合うものだと言っているように思えました。
興味深い話だな。だがいまいち何が言いたいかわからん。
なんでしょうね。S 君に聞いてほしかっただけですかね。
相変わらずいまいちつかめない男だ。
俺はもう S 君のように自分の行いに大義名分を掲げられなくなったという話です。その資格がなくなった。
お前の考えを変える何かが起きた。
そうですね。それも心象を見ればわかるのでしょうね。
ああ、見せてもらうとしよう。
S 君、俺は大量に人を殺している。以前の尋問でも言った通り利己的な理由でも殺しています。ですから
また許さないでほしいと懇願するつもりか？無駄だと言っているのに。
ええ、俺を許さないでほしい、そのはずなんです。俺を許さないでほしい、その気持ちは変わらない。罰されなければいけない。俺が罪を償わなくてはいけない。ミルグラムが正しいとは思わない。しかし俺の罪を罰するためにここほど適した場所はない。ですがミルグラムがこのまま続く以上、俺が許されないと傷ついていくみんなを救えない。今も椎名君は予断を許さない状態です。俺の治療がないと生きられない。俺が許されなければ死んでしまう。
それは事実だろうな。
これからもきっと囚人同士の争いは増えていく。俺がいなければ彼らはより危険な目に遭ってしまう。
シド、
俺は罰されなければならない。だが生きなければならない。若い命が失われてしまう。俺は何を願えばいいのかが分からなくなってしまった。こんな俺が生きたいと許されたいと思ってしまっている。罪深いこの俺が。
シド、僕が言ったことを覚えているか？いつ死んでもいいという態度のお前に僕は必死に生きたいと願えと言った。生への執着があるからこそ罪に対しての罰は存在する。お前の存在はミルグラムと僕への冒涜だとな。
ええ、覚えています。
ようやくだ。生への執着を得てお前はようやく真にミルグラムの囚人になった。そう思う。許されたいという気持ちの芽生えも正真正銘お前を表すものだ。
ダメなんですよ。 俺は許されてはならない。でなければ俺に殺された無数の命が報われない。
お前が本当に殺した人間への贖罪として命を差し出そうとしているのならば、どうしても生きたい理由でもなければ釣り合わないだろう。放り投げてもいいような命で向き合うなよ。
S 君、君は厳しい人ですね。
前も言っただろう。お前はトップクラスに気に入らないからな。
残念ですね。ミルグラムに来てから子供に嫌われがちだ。好きなんですけどね。
知ったことか。だがな、フータとマヒルを救ってくれてありがとう。このミルグラムにお前がいてくれてよかったと心から思っている。以上だ。囚人番号5番シド、お前の罪を歌え。
We do love Futa and Mahiro.
My God, Shido. I feel so much for him.
Honesty is always
Like it's so freaking sad because like even now, even before the video, I'm gonna say I want to deem him as innocent, like forgive, because just with this interview tied with his first interview, as well as the first video. In the first video, I remember we had like a determination that because where it showed like the fake body of like flowers and stuff, and he was adding more flowers to it, and we already came down to the determination like, what if he took like organs from someone to save someone that he loves and whatever, blah blah blah, and that's what he's thinking, like a brain dead person he took an organ from to and maybe like used his power of being a doctor to get that organ to someone he loved instead of someone else who needed it. Maybe he thought that's what was the death or deaths that he caused because of taking organs from other people that really needed them and couldn't wait and bypassing the line. But now with this, it's still running along that line, but he mentioned about family, and it has me thinking he's so sure that he killed someone. He talks about like how even in a court of law with section 105 that it deems that if somebody even alters evidence for a criminal and that person is a family, they are pardoned. And typically in those situations, it's because they're pardoned because that person, that criminal being their family member, they already have an emotional tie to that person. So it's like a situation where someone can be like penalized for signing something under duress because if it's a family that had them sign, because they're going by trust, going by like this bond that they already had. So their judgment is askew as if it was other than being someone who's impartial, someone who has absolutely no ties to them, knows nothing, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like that being why they usually have like juries and stuff of unrelated peers because of the whole conflict of interest. I'm starting to get the feeling like with how he spoke about family, how family's special and stuff, and like about how he tried to convince families to let go of their brain dead family members and donate organs and stuff, and how they would fight for those members, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Maybe in how he described like at the time he thought he was doing right, and it was like all scientific and stuff too. He's thinking like, okay, even if your family, like you have the chance to save somebody else's life and whatever, blah, blah, blah. He never had to go through like what he was trying to pressure them to go through by basically, in a sense, sacrificing their own blood for a complete stranger. So maybe that body that we seen, like the fake body of flowers that we seen in the first video, could also represent like maybe he finally had a family member, someone that he's tied to very closely and loved very much, that was dying, and he as a family member chose to since they were dying anyway, extradite that process so he could get their organs to save somebody else he did not know. And once that job was done and he lost the person, now he's realizing the pain of like what he was trying to force other families through and did force some other families through, seeing that I just gave up someone I love and like they could have had, with my help, so and so extra amount of time to live and be with me. And I took that away to save a complete stranger that I don't know. So maybe he's going through that kind of pain. And that's why he thinks like all of these people that died because he took organs from them, and like families that he convinced to let go of their brain dead family members. He's realizing the pain he put them through because he specifically put himself through it now. And he's thinking, I killed these people when they could have had a bit more time, regardless brain dead or not. I killed them for this like scientific hypothesis of sacrifice this person to save another because this person's going to die anyway. Picking and choosing a life in a sense.
I get the sense that you're probably really gonna like this song.
More than likely, it's Shido.
That's my response to everything you've just said.
Futa and Shido were my favorites. They were my chosens. This is Doctor Death.
Are you two ready then? Rena? Rena?
I'm ready.
Okay.
破り捨てた約束のカードは俺が散々奪ってきた報いだったが、それならば俺でよかったはずだろう。それが正解なのになぜ。はい、ギリシャリです。ただいま電話に出ることができません。しばらく経ってからおかけ直しください。こんな冗談きつすぎて降参です。まだ答えを知らないくせして殺したって飛び出したってもう会えやしない赤を巻きつけてくれ不快です気持ち悪いです許すだなんてこれが罰ならばそうかい世界はこんなにも残酷で選択をいけない愛をいらないです余計なお世話ですお望み通り生きてあげますかそうだ救うべき正義があったほら必要さ俺は必要だからゆらゆら天秤許さないでほしいのに揺れてる許してほしいと痛い痛い痛い痛いよってめいてる声にできることあるのなら使命と呼ばせてよ捨てた約束のカードは俺が散々奪ってきた報いだったんだそれならば償うチャンスをくれ牙を抜くために不快です気持ち悪いです許すだなんてこれが罰ならばそうかい世界はこんなにも残酷なんだ俺を許してほしい俺は言いたい不快です人質ここなんて人聞き悪いな俺次第なのになそうだ黙るべき命があったほら必要だから正解が何かはまだわからないけれど守るべき命があったほら必要だから
So he was married? So he was...
Ken! Oh my god.
It's
Okay,
either the fucking wife got sick
Oh my god.
and he
No.
failed to save her.
I my god. Okay, this is hitting hard as a fucking parent.
I figured it would, honestly, after everything
Oh
you just
my
mentioned.
That is like the hardest pain, is losing children. And now I'm getting the feeling even more. What if it's the fact, okay, his family died, and still like he finally realized the pain of what he was asking others, because maybe it's literally showing him right here putting on his scrubs. What if he had to make the choice of sacrificing like organs from his own wife and children to save other children or families for people he didn't even know, and he's blaming himself.
I think you're beginning to understand. Yeah, that was the theory that I had as well when I watched through this.
I can hear. Oh my god, Ma, are you okay?
Yeah, are you? This is
I'm actually crying.
Yeah, I figured this. Yeah. I get like when
This
when
is
you
no joke. Like as a parent, like I can imagine the friggin' I can literally actually imagine the pain that someone in like his profession would have to go through if something like that happened to their own family, especially their children. Like, it's not to mean like any neglect towards a spouse. Like, obviously, it's gonna hurt when it comes to like doing that for a spouse, but when it's your own flesh and blood, and you're literally on the border of thinking like, here's my two precious children, like my babies, my flesh and blood, I made them, and I have the choice now to leave them as they are or cut my babies open to take their organs out of them because there's another kid in this hospital that needs them, and I can save this other kid at the cost of what I raised. Like, that is painful. I would blame myself for like thinking the same thing as him if I had to have a situation like that. Like,
I want to hug you.
If his kids were like, if they were in an accident and like he mentioned about like brain dead, what if it's that situation? His children were brain dead and he didn't see a chance of them recovering, and he had to literally choose to end his children's lives to save another.
It's both. Even no matter what angle you take on this, whether you think it's his kids or if you think it's his wife, either or, it's terrible to think about. It could be
siblings, it could be a wife, it could be his children. I'm getting children from it because one literally had his hair color and the other had the woman's hair color. And it's like the scene, like, he gave the kid a ticket. What if it's like a situation where he was too focused on work and he couldn't leave work, so his family was going on a trip or something that he was missing, and something happened to them on the way to or like from, and it came to this situation again. Like, I still think he's innocent because, yes, in that situation, like, you're literally choosing to end the life of your child who you're medically, under your medical training, your brain is telling you has zero chance of ever waking up again and living a normal life, and you're on the mindset of it is what is best for my child, to let them live with the help of machines but not actually live because they'll never wake up, or end that suffering and they just have something good come out of their life. But then you're still like, in your mind as a parent, you would think like, even if I was a doctor and I had that situation and I made the choice that I was going to unplug the plug for my child so that their organs can save another child in need, because as a parent in the time and moment, you do want the best for children. And if this child that you don't even know has a chance to live at the cost of your child's body, and you know your child won't wake up and have the future you always wanted for them, if you make that decision, it's hard, because in the end you are always going to feel like yeah, I saved this other child, but I killed my own too to do it, even though that's the situation. Like they were in a sense dead to begin with. They wouldn't have had a life to live. They would have been stuck on machines. They would have never opened their eyes again. You'd never hear their voice. They aren't themselves. They're just an empty shell.
There's something
when it's in that situation.
There's something I want to bring up regarding. You brought up the ticket that that Cheeto gave his kid. Do you know about those cards that you have to have on you that basically indicate that like you are like they're basically consent that if you die or if you're brain dead, you get consent to have your
organ donor cards.
That's the ticket. That's the ticket.
Yeah, I have one of my own.
Granted, this is also before anything happened. So, but I do want to bring attention to that because you brought up Shido giving that card to his son. If that's an organ donor card.
If that's an organ donor card, then he's probably also feeling the extra guilt of, hey, I told my children sign this and donate their organs if they die. You know, they go and happen that they freaking have to die. That's even extra guilt.
Yeah, no, because I recognize the ticket because sad story. We had to donate one of my family members' organs to, a kid in need because, one of my relatives were dying, so they weren't going to wake up. We had to. It was, keep her on fucking, life support or fucking give a kid another chance at living,
So you've gone through the same type of thing as well.
Exactly. And so that's why I recognized the card. I recognized the little thing that he gave his son. It's like he was showing him, it's like, this is what your future's going to be.
It's just the fact of children. Like,
yeah.
Like, little side story to me. My oldest boy, Nikhil, he had an issue growing up, so we had to, when he was 2, we had to get him, medically needed to get him circumcised. He was having issues down there. And so I brought him, me and Chrissy were, taking things slow then. So obviously it was me, my mother, Nikhil's father, and his father's mother that took him to the hospital for the procedure. And obviously for something like that, with his age too, they had to put him under for it. It's not something that they could just be like, oh, well, we'll put a numbing agent, especially with the area that it was at. So they had to actually put him to sleep. And being in that room, me and his father, watching them, the mask on his face, and it's all fine at first, and he's there, and he's giddy, and he's happy, and we're holding his hand, and then as soon as it goes under, his entire body went lax, there was no life in him. And that was, the biggest fear. So, he's not gone, but it's literally, it wasn't like he was asleep. There was
like a flash.
No movement, none whatsoever. 1 second we're holding his hand, the next, literally both of his little hands just slipped from our hand and just hit the table. It was like he was gone.
Fucked up.
And that is a trauma that me and his father, even to this day, we remember it. And going through that, seeing my son like that, and imagine, you see something like that, and it's kind of the brain's fucked up way of being natural, of imagining, what if this was ever real? It's if this situation ever came to be, that I have to see my son like that.
Even just the domino effect of having to just the domino thought process.
Yeah, so I know the pain of seeing a child like that and thinking they do this story for Shido, and I know this is all someone's just creative mind, and they're touching base on a lot of real life things,
situations. Yeah,
that's exactly
aware of.
That's exactly it though. It is something that happens in real life.
Yeah, and being able to actually put myself in this man's shoes of what would have gone through his mind seeing his two children like that, because I seen my boy like that. It is like a pain. Like you feel like in that moment of time, seeing them like that, it's like the only thing on your mind is you think of how much of a failure you are, even if you're not. That's what goes through your mind. Like I have this responsibility to raise these beautiful little things in life and give them a future, and then the future is taking them. It's like, why was I not there? Or why wasn't I able to stop this and prevent this and protect them? Because that's what a parent's job is protecting the life that they make. Now, like in my case, especially being a mother, like, yeah, fathers have big, deep connections with their children, but in every sense, there is no deeper connection than with the mother, because we're the ones who carry them inside of us. So we have this literal physical connection for life to our children. And for that to be the case is like, it would be in my mind like, hey, I carried this child, I gave birth to this child, this beautiful life, this miracle, and now they're gone. Like, what could I have done different to prevent it? And now I have to make this hard choice of letting them go. And if I let them go, I'm going to feel even more like a failure, and that I'm the reason they're dead. So in my head, it's like, I'm wondering if he said he killed so many lives. He lost, possibly this could be his wife and his children, or it could be like a mother and little siblings, or anything. Either way, he lost family, and he had to make a choice. And like the end of the video with him putting on his scrubs, that's literally like, in a sense, saying he's the one who had to handle it all. And this is literally him having to do this for his own blood, people that mean the most to him. And that could be affecting him in the sense of thinking, hey, I pressured so many families to pretty well ending their children's lives to donate their organs, and he's feeling the pain of this. I pressured these people to end their children's lives and give up their organs, and he's going to take the blame for those lives being taken off of any type of life support. He's going to take the blame of that onto himself. And so he thinks he committed so many murders because of that.
Even the idea that encouraging it going through that experience, going through having to watch your own,
like he was encouraging these families because he didn't know the pain that it was causing. He was just seeing, like, from the medical standpoint at the time of doing that. And he even quoted that to him, that it was seeing that Section 105 that kind of hit him about the whole family thing and is stuck with him. So, and like, it seems like in the order of things that he spoke, it's like he was giving all these like pressures to families to donate their brain dead families' organs, like literally in a sense, like killing their child, even though it's like a medical thing, they're basically dead anyway. They're literally stopping the life of their family. So he was pressuring these families to, in a sense, literally kill their family to donate the organs to other people that need it to survive. So sacrifice your own to save somebody else's. And he was doing that from a medical point of view. And then this happens to him, and he's finally like, he's in his, as for a better lack of it, repeating myself, in a sense, he is finally realizing the pain that these families were going through that he didn't understand at the time, because now it's happening to him. So he's getting a taste of it himself, and he's realizing this is the pain that I put these families through with my pressure. I'm the cause to their families' deaths. So he's literally piling the ending life of a brain dead person onto himself as a murder, because he was pressuring the families into those donations, into those like early ending of their lives. It's like, even if he went through the situation where he went about it the right way, and like all of these people that are brain dead were organ donors, and not just pressuring families of people that aren't organ donors. Let's say he didn't do that and only chose like patients that were brain dead and listed as organ donors, and he just was thinking of the interest of other people. It's still painful because families are always going to want to hold on to as much time as they can with someone, even if that someone can't respond, especially if it's a child. Like, no matter how old the child is, a parent is always going to want their child to outlive them. And to be pressured into stopping that is going to be a great pain. And so now maybe that he understands that pain, he's taking all of that onto himself because he was the one who pressured them for like an early termination, I guess you could say, so he could get those organs in time to save somebody else.
Yeah. Hearing about this with so much passion, yet having to remember there are parents that don't care about their... Yeah, that's even worse, because you have... The traditional parent experience is like, this is what the thought process is like. This is your kids, or these are your kids, and you care, and having to experience something like this would destroy pretty much any good parent. And then you also have parents that don't feel this way, and some people just don't deserve to be parents.
There's like so many people in the world, and I heard here, like, you could, there's like you just said, there's the parents that are devoted to their children, and a situation like this is going to kill their heart. Then you have parents that are terrible, neglectful, don't really care about what happens to their kid. They're never around, whatever, and they don't care. Like, oh, okay, my child's on life support, and they're being told, oh, your child's an organ donor or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, go ahead, take them off life support and donate their friggin' body parts to someone. You got parents who are like, okay, my child's an organ donor, but I want my child to live as long as they can, and I don't want them to be an organ donor because I want to bury them as they are. Like, you got families that dispute it against their child's choice, and that doesn't make them bad, even though they're ignoring their child's choice. It means they're a parent that's loving their child. But then there's also those parents that, and I say this also from experience with my father, there's parents that aren't necessarily always present, and they're not the best parent. There's situations where they are making the wrong choices that are affecting and ruining a child's life, their own child's life. But when it comes to something that is affecting like the chance of their child literally living, they drop everything for them.
Right.
No matter how much pressure they cause them, no matter how distant they are, they drop everything for them. And like I said, I say that from experience with my father, because my father wasn't the most present person in my life. He was a fisherman, so he was always on the water from before I was even born. I can literally tell you, in all my 31 years before he passed away, that he attended one birthday. He attended 2 school plays. And he was not present for my semi-formal for high school. I didn't graduate at a high school, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But my semi-formal, he was not even present for that. He was present for Nikhil's birth. He was not present for my 2 youngest boys' births, Zachary or Charles. He missed every single one of his anniversaries with my mother. Like, all in all, he was not a present man. And he made very, very stupid choices towards addictions. I'm not going to get into what addictions, but he made those choices and chose these addictions over his family. My parents split. I literally had him living with us, watching him deteriorate for the last 2 years of his life. And no matter how much I cried and begged him to stop, he would not. Because, obviously addiction is a serious thing. So he was never there either physically, he was never there mentally, he was never there emotionally. But at the one time that I landed in the hospital with a medical issue, and while some don't think it would be a big issue, it was an abscessed tooth. It was still something that literally landed me in a hospital for over a week because the swelling got so bad because I ignored it. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was just like a little gum boil. It got that bad to the point that you could physically see the lump at the bottom side of my jaw because it was a bottom wisdom tooth that went abscess. And it swelled so much, I could not open my mouth even enough for a spoon. I couldn't eat. I could barely drink. I couldn't swallow, couldn't talk, couldn't do nothing. So I was in there while they were literally debating if they had to cut me open to take something out or if it was just something they could drain and then get me to a dentist to get that tooth hauled out. The first day I was in there, the only one who knew was my brother, his now ex-fiance, one of my best friends, and Chrissy. It was just us three. Well, four. Them three plus me. And we're the only ones who knew. And it was the next day that Chrissy finally called my mother to let her know that I was in the hospital. She was sick, and it was around the start of COVID, so I was limited. I could only have one person a week in the hospital with me, and whoever was to sign in would be the only one who could attend that week. And where we had the dogs, Chrissy didn't know what he was going to do because he had to be between the hospital, at home, whatever, blah, blah, blah. We couldn't just leave the dogs under the care of my brother and his woman because they had their own. My mother couldn't make it, and the first thing she did was call my father. Because obviously anyone, even after split up, the first thing you're going to think of is to call the other parent. And despite how little my father was there for me and how he always chose fishing over anything to do with me, the moment he heard I was in the hospital and I was admitted, fully admitted for a medical situation, not because of childbirth, not because of anything that could be handled, a literal medical situation that had me rushed there in an ambulance because I could not speak, eat, drink, anything. He was at the wharf, ready to go out fishing for the week, and he dropped it all right there. First time he ever refused a fishing trip for me. And he was at the hospital the next day within the hour of being called. And he stayed there with me the entire time. This is the man who was barely ever there for me. So there are those parents that are neglectful, out of life, like in and out, here and there, not present in any meaningful way. But when it comes to a situation of their child's life is on the line, it's like this chemical reaction in your mind that tells you, even if you're a neglectful parent, my baby needs me.
Go.
I'm going.
Yeah, go. It's
like nothing else matters. It's like those one rare splits in your choices where you're like, the only thing that matters is my baby.
I'm glad that you're
even if you're the worst parent in the world.
I'm glad that your father did go. Like I am glad that.
Oh, that was literally I cried when I seen him that time, and I actually looked at my father, and as funny as like I've already told you my dream after he died, Green, and my reaction to it, and my only words said to him, but when he walked into that room, I literally looked at him in shock and asked him, "What are you doing here? You're supposed to be going fishing." And when he told me, "No, I'm staying here with you," I actually broke down and cried and told him, "Dad, this is the first time you ever chose me." And he cried with me. And it was at that point he actually had 3 years being clean before
and he had a clear head,
up, falling off the wagon and back into it and unable to get out of it in time.
There was
there's so many different types of families, but when it's like situations like this with your kids, like the true parents, the hardest thing to ever do is hear that your child is in the hospital and their life is at risk.
There's there's a streamer I like watch on YouTube a decent amount, who battled cancer, and like she one time she talked about like how like that like she like had like a falling out with like her mother, or I think she had a falling out with her mother, and I think she was drifting away from her father as well, and then when she got cancer, her actually photo, you know exactly who I'm talking about, damn, but when that became a factor, her parents did every already like went to like help her, like she became close to her mother
like
because her
it
mother
didn't
was like
matter
helping.
was that separated them. As soon as their baby's life was at risk, it's like it doesn't matter the extreme, throw that shit out the goddamn window because this is our baby's life.
And then they ended up actually getting close again. But yeah, like no, it's absolutely a thing where like even if you have like neglectful parents, something like this can absolutely be almost like a wake up call.
It can be the wake up call. It can literally be the bridge that was previously burnt being replaced.
It's
I
yeah.
I
when
mean,
it comes
yeah,
to life and death, that's something on a whole other level.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, my mother was never present in my life at all, and like, yeah, my dad also battled with addiction and alcoholism, and it's just like I remember the first time that one of us got really, really hurt. My dad literally fucking dropped drugs just to like pay for, like, I think it was my sister, or I don't know if it was me, my sister, or my other sister, but something really bad happened to one of us. I think it was my middle sister. She's like, what? I think she was like 14 at the time. Something really bad happened to her. Like she literally, her nickname was Boo Boo Jane because she she did it. Like she always got hurt when we were growing up. Like she had anything imaginable happen to her, and so
She was like me. My childhood nickname was Murphy's Law.
yeah. So yeah, so like we were kind of used to her having these little minor inconvenience, and then but one thing almost actually like ended up almost taking her life. I remember my dad was like he was out doing something, and like he was I think he was out like doing drugs with his buddies or something like that. And as soon as he got the call from my grandfather, he goes, hey, I'm gonna call her Stephanie because I don't want to give her name out because privacy reasons.
We're on stream. Yeah.
So yeah. So my sister she's like, hey, Stephanie's in the hospital. It's really, really bad. My dad goes, what happened? Like my dad was panicky. He's like, what happened? He's like, something like I think like it was like, how like sometimes like when an appendix bursts or something like that, like it can be life threatening if it doesn't like get treated right away. Yeah. So she had appendix rupture, and so like I swear to God, from what my grandmother remembered and told me, my dad dropped everything and he goes, I have to go. And his buddy was like, what, why, what happened? It's like, he's like, my daughter's in the hospital, I gotta go. So he dropped everything, literally fucking ran a fucking 2.5 miles to the house and said, where is she? It's like, she's at the hospital. He grabbed his car keys because he left his car at the house because it was like a little miles from where his buddy lived. So he grabbed the car, literally like grabbed my sister, and then fucking booked it to the hospital. And he said, stay here, look after, like, I'm not gonna call my sister Brittany, other sister. He's like, look after Brittany, I'll be right back. He literally rushed in without, like, and the people were like telling him, like, no, you can't go in. He's like, and he literally, I remember specifically, he told that fucking receptionist that I don't give a fuck, I'm going in. And he fucking burst through that door and ran to find my sister, and all I can hear is that my sister was crying, and yeah, I was like, that was the first time my dad actually took something fucking seriously. And after that, he said, I'm not gonna fucking do drugs anymore because it almost cost me my daughter's life.
As sad as these stories are, it makes me so happy to actually hear like these parents like stepping up, like both of your parents like stepping up and being present when you guys are like in those situations. Like,
yeah,
It's
like after
like
that,
you said, Green, it's the wake up calls. It's like their babies are in trouble. That's the biggest call that they can have. A child can beg a parent to change all they want, and that parent might never do it. But when it comes to their baby's life, that could be the biggest wake up call they need to drop the wrong.
yeah.
Yeah, and what's really sad too. I mean, yeah, like like Queenie's dad, like yeah, he fell back into it a little bit, and then something really bad happened to me. I remember I got like shot at 16, like in the appendix. I'm not like the abdomen area, and I was actually like close to dying.
Oh shit.
You know. Yeah, and because some crackhead wanted to point their fucking gun at me and fucking. Because they wanted fucking crack from me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't like telling that story because it was a fucking scary experience.
You don't have to tell it if you don't want to.
Oh, no. I've gone through my therapy. I've gone through that shit. It's just, this story I actually want to tell. My dad sat there in the hospital for 3 weeks. For 3 fucking weeks. Holding my hand, waiting till I woke up. He would like my dad, like, and then as soon as I woke up, he cried his eyes out. I imagine because like I was my dad's firstborn. Like what? I can imagine what's going through my
sorry,
dad.
from a parental point of view, and I'll say this, every parent says, like every good parent will say, like, I love all my kids equally. And that's true. They're all loved equally. But no good parent can ever honestly deny the fact that while all their children are loved equally, they always have this bond with the firstborn child that precedes everything. And it's not because that child is their favorite, it's because that child has the one connection no other following child will ever have, and that's the connection that this baby here made me a parent. Like this is where my parenting finally began, and that connection is with every good parent. Like people can consider, oh well, that's playing favoritism all they want. I'm the exact same way. I have 3 freaking sons that I had pop out me wazoo. You're my daughter, but I didn't pop you out my wazoo.
But okay, I get you.
I have 3 biological children, and of those 3, I love all my boys. I will never say I don't love my boys. Even though I don't get to see them as often as I'd like, they are my world. I would drop everything for them. I would sell everything I ever had if they even said, hey, yeah, Ma, I want to get a car for my 16th birthday, whatever, blah, 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 and I can't afford it. I'm short this much, whatever, blah, blah, blah. My computer would be gone. My Switch would be gone. Whatever else I own, gone. I'm sorry, I love my dogs too, but I'd sell my dogs for my boys because that's my boys. That's a parent.
Okay, maybe that's a bit too far.
No, I'm just saying from an honest point of a parental view, everything in my life besides my children does not compare. Those boys
I get it.
are always the priority. Yeah. But in my heart, deep in my freaking heart, I love Charlie. He's my youngest. He's my little baby. He's my Charlie Bean. He's the one who's carrying on my family, my father's family name. I love Zachy. He's my little mini man. He is literally the child of my 3 who takes after me most, and his love for art. And I have so much in common with him. And he is brilliant. And he's just everything like my mother's side of the family. Nikhail, while Nikhail has barely little resemblance to anything, and I don't mean like physical resemblance, but in interest and all that, nothing in particular that's from my father's side or my mother's side. I love him to death. I love him just as much as I love Zachary. I love him just as much as I love Charlie. But Nikhail has that one special place in my heart where, as bad as it sounds to most people, Zachary and Charlie can never touch, because Nikhail is my baby that I had at 15. He's the baby that I gave up my teenage years for. He's the baby that made me a mommy. He is the reason I ever got that title of mommy. He is the one who, basically, he's the one who made me who I am.
It's not even a...
And Zachary and Charlie came after. They're my boys. They make me a mommy too, but Nikhail has that place that he's the first one to ever make me a mommy.
It's not even a case
Yeah,
of...
I mean...
it's sorry, go ahead, Rena.
I was gonna say this part. I was like 15. I was like, yeah, my fucking father was like 15 going on 16 when he had me.
Nikhail was literally born 3 months before my 16th birthday.
Yeah, it's not even a case. It's not even a case of favoritism, though. It's a case of they're your first.
Yeah, that is true.
It doesn't make them the most favorite. It doesn't make them the most prioritized, the most loved, whatever. It just, that's
the bond.
That's a title specific to them.
Yeah.
They're the first.
It's that untethered bond that you guys have between you and your firstborn.
Yeah, it's like he's literally the baby that I finally started getting all these like maternal feelings for. And honestly, I hated people, and as anyone can determine to this day, and anyone can agree, I still hate majority people.
Yeah,
I love so very few. I can sit at a freaking game, play with a bunch of strangers in a multiplayer lobby, and I can curse them all out and tell them all I wish they would rot in a hole and the unaliving. And I hate, I don't mean those words, mind you. I say them out of spite, but I don't mean them. But I hate people, except for the few that I'm okay with.
Yeah.
But I also, at that time, was not the biggest fan of children. At all.
I don't think anybody likes favorite children a lot.
Well, until being a parent.
For children at that point in time was because for a short amount of time I was placed with childcare because my mother is bipolar, and she did have a very bad manic episode, and for the safety of my family and for me while she was undergoing her treatment, I myself at 12 years old requested to my parents to place me with a family friend up the road. So it wasn't necessarily a full-on like child services placement. They did have to have child services involved because me and my mother did get physical. But I self-requested this to give my mother the time that she needed because I knew I was a handful for her. So I stayed with this family friend who, at the time herself, had a 4-year-old who was paralyzed from the waist down and needed a daily catheter done, a 2-year-old who became mentally challenged because of the car accident that paralyzed the 4-year-old. The 2-year-old, as bad a detail as it is, his car seat was not buckled in all the way and he went through the windshield. He ended up with brain damage. The woman at the time was also pregnant. Her pregnancy survived, and so at the time that I was placed with them, she was also after giving birth to this newborn baby. As soon as I started staying there, here's me at 12 years old in summer, not able to go play with my friends because she would be gone 5 out of 7 days of the week, and I would be the one left watching her 3 children. Her 4-year-old, I had at 12 years old had to do a catheter for her 4-year-old every morning. I had to help him out of bed. He was independent, brightest little boy I ever met. God bless him, like, even now, like I say, like, he's one of the brightest boys ever seen, and so independent. He would want to drag himself to the bathroom, and so we would always have, like, his pants ready for him in the morning to get him into the bed, and he would pull himself across the laminate floor into the bathroom, and I would help him while he would use the braces to get up onto the toilet, and I would do his catheter for him. He wanted to bath himself, wanted to do everything himself. So I didn't have to do much with him. Now, his younger brother, different story. I had to do a lot for him because where he was mentally challenged. I had to make sure he stayed away from the door, stayed away from the window, stayed away from the basement door, because there was one time before I moved in, he opened the door and fell down. So I had to constantly be on alert for him. So I had no life for myself just with those two alone. Then on the top of that, making bottles and pureeing food for a newborn baby. This is a 12-year-old me having to entirely raise 3 other children. And it got that bad to the point, because I was with them for so long, her oldest son and her second-born, the middle son, they knew the difference, but still they asked me, can we call you mom too? So I had 2 children when I was at the age of 12 calling me mom, and her newborn baby, this little girl, this precious, adorable little freaking thing. She had the cutest black curls and a natural blonde streak. Oh my God, she was a beautiful baby. And that's not even saying it lightly. She was a beautiful baby. Her first word was mommy, and it was said to me on my 13th birthday. Those were the only 3 children I ever liked at that time. And every other child I hated because of that. Because I had to raise somebody else's kids while I was still a kid. So I hated children.
Usually often too, like, because like when you're forced to take care of other kids, like when you're still a kid yourself, like you're forced to kind of grow up faster as the result of it too. Because like you're not allowed to basically be a kid, because you have to take the role of the mature responsible one, even if you aren't actually at that stage.
So you lose your childhood, and then imagine me from the age of 12 to 13 having to basically play the part of a mom. Then finally I was able to return back to my parents, and she lost custody of these children. Thank God. They went to their father, who actually helped them. I still keep in contact with them. The oldest boy, he, through intensive physical therapy, because his father was actually involved with him now and determined for his life, he's actually walking now with crutches.
Oh.
They were able to do a restorative surgery on his spine that they could have done a lot earlier, but the mother was negligent and didn't care to take him to be checked, and didn't want to ruin her life in a sense of having to take care of a child who was under another surgery. But he's now walking with crutches. He was top of his class 3 years running.
Oh.
The middle boy, who was mentally challenged, now can speak 2 languages.
Oh shit! All right.
He speaks both English and French perfectly. He still has some words that he cannot pronounce, and that is because of the brain injury. It doesn't register certain syllable, so he can say the word, but it doesn't. You can tell you can tell what the word is, but it doesn't sound as the word.
Right.
So kind of like how I say hot dog. There's words that he says that are in that sense where it's pronounced in a way that's different from what people understand, but you can understand what he's saying.
Right.
So it's not commonly how you hear it. And the little girl, oh my God, she is a beauty. She's a freaking beauty. She ended up becoming prom queen.
Oh shit.
Yeah. She became prom queen. But I raised them from 12 to 13. Then I had the age of 13 to 14 to 15, finally able to be a kid again and go running around, have my little rebellious phase.
And then boom.
And then as soon as I'm frickin' 15, I find out I'm pregnant, and instantly in my mind, and I'll say this for a parent, your first pregnancy, you don't, the moment you find out you're pregnant, get that instinct. You don't.
Well, yeah.
And that did not come from me. And in my mind, it was like the first 3 months of my pregnancy, and as hard as it is to say, I detested the pregnancy.
That
because
doesn't
in my
surprise
mind, it was like, here I go again. My childhood is over again.
I mean, on top of that,
what did I do to deserve this?
On top of that, also, like, you're also you like, you're only 15, and like, it's, if you're having like, because it's a teenage pregnancy.
In the sense of being 15 with a teenage pregnancy, it's in your mind that this is my child. I can't just say no and walk away from this one.
Yeah.
That's what made it harder, because I was also raised by, and while I am not religious, while I am not Christian, I was raised by my mother and like my grandparents, my grandparents were very highly religious. And they raised me that you take care of your responsibility, you don't pawn it off. And my entire family, even without me being religious, I've always been against abortion. Always. I know it is every woman's personal preference. Like, there's some situations I can understand women wanting to abort, depending on like the extremity of the reason for the pregnancy. But I've always been against it. Always. So there was never any chance that I would abort my first pregnancy. There was never any chance I would give up my first pregnancy, because in my mind, while I hated the fact I was pregnant and I did not develop that maternal connection at that point in time, I was still understanding that I made the mistakes. I played part in this. This baby would not have been made by one other person alone. I partook, and it's my responsibility, and I'm not going to pawn off my responsibility on somebody else, especially one of my own parents, because they spent my life raising me. I'm not going to expect them to raise another child.
That actually reminds me of a story too.
It was like a week.
Wait, Queenie,
I'll be honest. It was like a week before.
Queenie, wait.
What?
Rena, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So no, because just mentioning how she felt like about abortion. Okay, my sister Stephanie, she actually got pregnant at 14. Surprisingly, I remember when she fucking came and told me. She literally opened the door and she like just said, "Hey, can I talk to you?" I'm like, "Yeah, you can always talk to me. Well, what's going on?" And like you have to understand, like, at the time my parents her mom and our father were really kind of like weren't really present. We were living under the roof of my grandparents, so basically I was raising my sisters and and everything. So they always came to me about stuff like serious shit, because my grandparent I'll be honest, I love my grandparents, don't get me wrong. But they couldn't take anything seriously, and I felt like if they did, she went to go tell them, it would be backlash. So my sister came to me. She started crying. She's like, closed the door. She ran. She hugged me. She's like, I did something stupid. I'm like, what did you do? Well, what did you do stupid? She's like, I'm pregnant. I'm like, I said, hold on, what? And she's like, yeah, her and I don't give a fuck if I dox his name. He's a fucking dickbag. His name was Logan. Like, her and her boyfriend Logan had unprotected sex, and I said,
personal preference, I don't like anyone with the name Logan of actual people.
Exactly.
I have my own story after you finish this one.
Yeah,
bad vibe name.
Yeah, so my sister looked at me and she's like, what do I do? I said, well, I'm gonna have to tell your mom. I'm gonna have to tell mom about this. And she's like, well, can you talk to her? Can you explain? Because you're really good at like talking to people. And I'm like, okay, I can talk. So I called my stepmom. I'm not gonna dox her. I'm gonna give her the name of Laura, right? I called I said, Laura, I have to talk to you. She goes, what? What happened? I was like, you need to sit down for it. She's like, what? I'm busy. I was like, can you step outside of work real quick and just sit down? She goes, okay. So she sits down outside. She's smoking her cigarette, and she's like, what happened? I was like, Stephanie's pregnant. And she goes, what? She started panicking. She's like, what? When did she find this out? I was like, just a few minutes ago. Your daughter came in and fucking told me. And she was like, she's fucking panicking. Like, what do we do? Because, I mean, that's her mom. I'm going to ask her mom what she wants to do. Because, I mean, I'm not her fucking parent. That's her fucking parent. You know, she's like, well, talk to her. And when I get home, we'll talk about it, okay? I'm like, okay. So I hung up the phone. And she's like, is she mad? I was like, I think she's more concerned for you. But anyways, so I said, Stephanie, I'm going to ask you a question. She's like, what? She's like, I'm gonna give you a choice, and I know this isn't ideal, but like I always make sure like Stephanie always got a choice on what she wanted to do. I said, are you ready to have the responsibility of your child? And then I made it realistic to her, and I made her realize her fucking mistake. I said, are you ready to have your childhood taken away, your teenage years taken away, everything taken away? Because you wanted to open your legs and have sex. And now you're going to raise a baby. And she's like, I don't want that taken away. I'm like, okay, I'm going to ask you this next part. I don't condone this. I don't condone this. But it was my sister's choice. It was her body, her choice. And I wanted to let her know that it was her body, her choice.
Yeah, aware of all the options that she has.
Yes. I was like, okay, you have two choices. You can give up your childhood, you can give up your teenagers to raise this baby. And I mean, you raise this baby. We may give a little helping hand, but you're going to raise this child. And she's like, okay, what's the second? I was like, you're going to go down to the clinic and you're going to abort this baby. And she's like, I was like, isn't that bad? I was like, it's bad, but you have two choices. You can either abort the baby or keep it and raise it. Those are your two options. And she said, okay, and I was like, and you need to make a choice before mom gets here because you know mom's gonna fucking force you to fucking raise this kid. You know that, right? She's like, yeah. It's like, and dad finds out, he's gonna beat your ass. And so I said, what is your choice? And she said to give up the baby. And then a few years later, she does it again. And I said, I'm not helping you this time. I told you you're gonna keep this kid now. And she's like, what? No, I want. And so she went on. This is her choice. I said, I'm not gonna take any part of this because I warned you once and you got warned once. And I guess the boy's parents got fucking involved and they forced her to give up the baby. Like, she went through a medical procedure because that boy did not want the baby. Both of them, she didn't want it both times. But he put his dick in her. So I understand that. But
it's what protection and plan B's is for. Always be smart. Don't be silly and wrap your willy.
Exactly. Like the fucking thing Greenie sent one time.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can kind of talk about like the thing about unprotected sex. Yeah, it feels better than condom sex, but also you have that risk. And if you really want to roll that dice, always expect it to not land on what you want.
Mm-hmm.
My honest opinion is no pullout game, and pullout game is still not a game. Does not matter if you do either way.
Yeah.
Agreed. You know, is it you either fucking pull out or you fucking close them legs, put the dick away, and fucking just move
like
on.
My grandmother used to say to me, put $1 between your knees and don't let it fall.
Yeah. I mean,
It didn't work out for me, mind you, but
personally, I'm very sex positive. I'm as long as of course, like with all like consent, legal age, etc., etc.
Oh yeah,
but
obviously.
but also yeah, like if you're going to do it, and I encourage doing it because like exploring your own sexuality is a wonderful thing. Still do it smart.
Yes.
Still do your research. Still make sure
Yes.
you're staying safe.
Even if like,
Exactly.
say there's the sense you're the kind of person who, on the off chance, is allergic to latex, and you can't use
My ex.
condoms.
My ex.
There is always the option of, one, have the woman go on to birth control, and even though birth control is not as effectively protective as condoms, it is still
It
a
can still work.
precaution. And I always express it, make sure the night before you get the frickin' Plan B pill.
Yeah.
And you take it within 12 hours after the action. There is your 100 guarantor.
Yeah, that part's right. Not having sex is the best prevention. Just saying. just fucking saying. I mean, yes.
Oh, I just seen frickin' Paris message. Okay, hot dog. There you go.
But, I mean, it is true that, like, well, not having it is the best prevention. But at the same time, people are going to do
Sex
it.
is great.
Yeah, sex is great.
Sex is great.
Sex is great.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's stress relief.
It is. It's. I'm gonna say that right now. Sex is great. It feels.
I am not ashamed to admit that I got my piece. Like earlier today, I had my daily stress relief.
Hell yeah.
Damn.
Nice.
All right, I
Got
didn't
my
even know
man
that was
right in the
happening.
middle of a freaking COD match.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Oh God, match. Oh no.
Yeah, he was in the middle of playing Call of Duty, and I stopped him. He ended up telling his friends on the mic, "Hey, I gotta go let my dogs out."
Didn't let the dogs out, but also let
No, he let the dogs out.
Does the sound of gunfire and like teenagers throwing slurs around in a Call of Duty lobby make for the best background noise?
So, funny enough, right before it happened, he was actually after shooting someone, and they kept whining while he was standing over them, waiting for their other 3 team members to come, and he started calling them a whiny puppy dog.
Oh my god! Wait, so yeah, so going from that to immediately letting his other dog out is one hell of a combo.
What a combo, Chrissy. What a combo, Dad.
I was literally in the shower, and I had the door open, and I was hearing him, "Oh, look at you being a little puppy dog, you whiny bitch," and going on, "Oh, what, you playing alone? Oh, wait, no, you got the all 4-man team. Okay, I'm gonna wait here for them, little puppy." I come out, and then I was just like, eh.
That's kind of
Another
hot.
dog
Can
to
you
let
like
out?
do that again?
Got you in the mood.
Let the dog out of him.
Well, actually, it played out that I came out, and obviously I'm just coming out of the shower. The apartment is hot as hell, so I go and sit on the couch shirtless, and he looks over, he's like, "I thought you were naked for a second. I was going to go in the bedroom and grab her up." I was like, well, you know, you still can. I just had a nice, fresh, hot shower. And he's like, "Okay, guys, I gotta let the dogs out." Went on mute.
I'll let the dogs out. Fucks right on the couch.
Mind you, he was also after just getting shot himself, so...
Oh, he had to let that frustration out.
He was shot, and he was waiting for his other teammates to catch up to him and either help him or they'd end up dying themselves, and they'd go back to lobby, and he told them, "I gotta let my dogs out. If you can get me, you get me. If you can't, don't." Yeah, they didn't get him.
I think they honestly knew what that fucking meant. It was
Yeah.
like,
Yes, Para, he let the dog out.
exactly. No, good
I know we
lordy.
completely sidetracked from
Yeah.
this video, but I actually needed that after crying.
Yeah, no.
I know you did. That's why we
was-
kind of started talking about something funny.
I was surprised. I wanted to ask, were the both of you okay? Is that are you both okay to keep going or?
Oh yeah, I'm fine now.
I was also gonna
mean-
point out. I'm surprised we didn't. Oh, sorry. Also, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Speak your mind. I'll say what after.
I was surprised we didn't have this conversation on Yuno's trial rather than this trial.
I think what really sparked the big ass conversation is because this character is such a good person. Even like after what has happened to him, he still like wants to help people and still wants to like be, wants to like continue to help people, but he has this loathing guilt inside. Like I actually teared up a little bit when he kept saying like, and I'm remembering from his last trial is that I think the real reason why he wanted to suicide is because he's like, I can't take it anymore. I want to be with them.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay.
It was touching how he's like, at the end of it, it's just, I don't want to be forgiven. Please don't forgive me. But at the same time, I want you to forgive me, because if I'm not forgiven, then others will die. And how he mentioned too about like after S even said, I don't like you and whatever, like you're the kind of person I hate, blah, 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 blah. How he quoted that, like, about all of the kids around him hate him, even though he likes the children. That's literally showing, like, in a sense of, like, he still has, like, that
maternal father.
Yeah, like, he still has the maternal touch inside of him, that he wants to help children in need, even though he believes, like, he's a murderer and shouldn't be forgiven. He wants to still be able to help them, and it hurts him still when children hate him.
Yeah.
Like, he is so genuine. Like, there's out of everyone in Milgram, like, I honestly have to say, like, while there's others that point blank say, like, yeah, I did it, whatever, blah, 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 and give their reasons for doing it and, like, self-explain themselves and stuff.
And they're still guilty.
And they're being real about it. Yeah, like, they're not lying. They're not pretending to be someone they're not. He is still the most genuine.
He is.
In the sense that he exposes all of his emotions, all of his mind, and the point he's even literally telling us, I don't want you to forgive me, shows that how strong he is, like how strong he feels that pain, how real he is. It takes someone real to do that.
He knows he fucked up. He knows what was wrong, and I mean, but he did it for the greater good, even though he had to like sacrifice his kids and his wife. He knew what the consequences were, but he still feels remorseful. He still feels like he deserves punishment, and that's a human soul right there. That because a human, as philosophy says, if you don't show emotion, if you don't, be remorseful or show guilt that you did something wrong, you are not human. That's not a human thing to do. But if you show that type of like, that the guilt and the gravity of like, oh shit, I fucked up, and I want to be punished for my crimes, that's human. That is a human fucking
someone
response.
who is accepting that they need a consequence, even if nobody else does.
And because I mean, I study philosophy, and I remember this one thing from a book that I read. It was literally about a man who was given this task for something. Like he was given a task. So he's like, okay, I'm going to give you this kid to take care of, right? And you can't let nothing bad happen to this kid. If this kid ends up like dead or something, you're getting punished for it. It was kind of just see if he had any like human sustainability, like he had a human conscience, because it was in a world of fucked up people, and the good people were rewarded for and he took care of this kid, but sadly the kid was killed. And when they came to collect him to end him, because the bad people in the book were killed. Like if you let something happen to something that you were supposed to take care of, a dog, an old elderly person, a child, anybody. But he literally threw himself at their feet, holding the child, and he's like, "You need to end me, please." I love this kid. No, I love this kid, and I thought of this kid as my daughter. It was a little girl, and he's like, "I want you to end it so I can be with her in the afterlife." And they saw how guilty he felt, and they let him live. And they said, "No, this is going to be your punishment." And then 3 days later, he suicided.
Mm.
And then finally they showed in the end of the book that he was reunited with her. And and he finally, and then the one quote that got me crying, I'm trying not to cry myself because I'm thinking about it. She literally looked up at him, and his name was, it was a fucking cheesy white guy name. It's like Mr. Dawson, I'm not mad at you. I'm glad you're here, but you shouldn't have done that. And he was like, "I done it for you because, you're the first person, you're the first person that ever loved me." And she's like, "I never wanted you to give up your life for me. I knew I was going to die." And I was like, I fucking cried.
Yeah, it's literally like showing like human sacrifice to those who actually feel like real human beings, like what they would do to sacrifice, even if they don't directly or even indirectly cause someone to die. Like you're tasked with raising someone, and then just this random bad person comes and like you're unable, like there's no way you can prevent their death. It's not your fault. And like I can understand that, like them coming down and being like, "Yeah, no, you're going to live, this is going to be your punishment." It's kind of like I'd take that as like in a sense of they don't want to actually punish him because they know he's not at fault. He had a test, he passed said test.
Yeah,
and
that's
he
correct. Yep.
still wanted to be punished, so they kind of played it off in a way of, here's your punishment. If you want to be punished for her being gone, live with the regret. Kind of in the sense of like how people tell villains like, "Hey, yeah, you're going to suffer. You're not going to get the easy way out. You're going to suffer." So it's kind of like they were playing that as, well, here's your punishment then, because they knew he deserved to live. But to him, he didn't know how to take that, and he didn't want to live. He wanted to be with her because that became his child in a sense. And so he did the one thing that would send him back to her, and it's like he probably felt like unforgiven. Because of what happened, and she's the one who forgave him, and she's the only one whose forgiveness he wanted.
Yep, because in the part of the scene, he threw himself at her feet. He's like, "I'm so sorry, I failed you. Like, I failed you as a father figure. I let this happen to you. I shouldn't have left you alone. I was only gone for a minute." And she literally, I remember, she that's when she put her hand on his shoulder and then hugged him. She's like, "I've forgiven you the moment it happened." And then it's just like,
Yeah,
I was like
even a child will know, like, it's not your fault. Things happen, and that's like everyday life. Parents know, don't look away from your kids because it just takes a second for something to happen.
Yes, and that's the thing, and it frustrates me for how E fucking approached that fucking that interview with him, because it's like You know, like, oh, you fucking, you're like, it's like he was calling him a coward. Like, he's like, oh, you're a coward. You know, you did this. And I'm like, dude, can you give him a fucking break? Like, he literally went through all of this, and he's like, and I was like, but then I started thinking, like, what if, like, Eve was, like, in a sense, like,
What
trying
if
to tell
S
him?
is also being like those gods from the story you just said, trying to force him to have a reason to keep living?
Yeah, and that's why I was,
Pressuring him into, oh, well, you're weak and whatever, blah, 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 because you want to die. Like, trying to put the pressure on him, like a reverse psychology, I guess,
Yeah.
in a sense, to make him want to live. Because also, like S said, now that you're feeling like a desire to live, you're now truly a prisoner of Milgram, too.
exactly, that's what he kind of, like, I was like, oh, okay, so that's when I thought, like, okay, he's putting that, like, psychology on him, saying, like, in a way, it's kind of like he's telling him, like, dude, live. I want you to live. Like, this is not your fault, and I'm gonna see it through that you are innocent. Because even he knows, like, that she knows, like, not a bad person. He knows that he's not a bad person, but he has to put this tough act on where he's like, you know, okay, well,
He's the warden. Like, S is the warden. They can't be seen as weak or preferential. They're
Exactly.
tasked with making such a big decision as forgiving and not forgiving. They have to put the most pressure onto, like, the inmates as well, in order to have, like, as
whole
they
confession.
said with, like, the other ones, it's like they need to put as much pressure on them to get out the strongest emotions for the music.
yeah,
Because it's the
because
strongest emotions that tell the story. And so it's like S is pressuring them so they have them strong emotions present at the time of the video coming through.
yeah, and I honestly, like, I think E honestly cares about all the prisoners there, and like, I'm not saying anything about E that's bad, because, like, I honestly think they feel sympathy, like, he or she. I don't know if E's a he or she or they.
It's a they.
There was no gender
they're-
definition.
They're like, they purposefully, like, make it, like, make S's gender, like, ambiguous, so you can pretty much do, like, he, she, or they.
Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna say he.
Pretty much the basis of this is, like, we're the judges, so we're basically S.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they won't have, like, a gender on to S.
Well, I'm gonna say he, because it looks like a teenage boy. He looks like a teenage boy. So I'm gonna say he. But I think he just kind of, like, he wants to see all these people get out. He wants to see them change and become a person that, you know, they can, you know, they can grow and mature and become these good people and stuff. And I know he has some people that he doesn't like in there, because, you know, he's even said in some of the trials when he's talked to them. Yeah, Moo. He's like, I don't think he even basically literally what he said to Moo. He's like, you don't deserve to get out for what you did. No, you don't deserve to get out. And I trusted you the first time, but I think you should get fucking punished.
I mean,
You know?
I do want you to hold on to that mindset as we progress through the series. Like, I do want you to remember that you're thinking this about him right now.
What like, then the thing is, I don't think he has a bad bone in his fucking body. He doesn't. All he did was because he's a doctor and he's a surgeon. Because it's being a surgeon, being a doctor, or just being a doctor in general it's like you're playing fucking God. it's like, okay, do I let this person live, or do I, how do I, it's like you're pulling the fucking strings.
You're
like,
literally making
no.
the decisions like, hey, yeah, I know this procedure is risky, but I know it has like so and so amount of chance of this person surviving, or I could not take the risk and there's a for sure determination that they're going to die, and you're literally playing with their life. I can possibly save them, or I can't save them, or I can save them.
Yeah. And then, but when it came down to his wife and kids, that's when it fucked him up. That's when it fucking killed him. Like, it literally killed the fucking flame inside of him. He's like, I don't even want to be here anymore. I don't even want to live, because I was like, the people that gave me purpose, the people that kept me going, are not even here anymore. Why do I want to be here when they're not
actually
here?
Picturing it in like the same sense of like the little story that you said. It's like he lost his children, and now he just like his family, and he wants to be with them. Maybe he knows he's innocent deep down. He knows he's innocent, but he's trying to convince people that he's not, so that they'll return him to them one way or another.
So, and I love the way how he's really against Milgram right now. He even said, this is not fucking right. Why are you letting this happen? Why are you letting these kids get hurt? It's like Milgram.
I think that's his biggest thing, is because it's kids.
Yeah, because it's they're teenagers.
That's what he quotes on so much to S is kids.
Or even just people.
And all these are kids.
Even just people younger, because like Mahiru is 22, for example, and she's the one that he's helping the most, right now, and Futa's 20.
Yeah.
But also like Amane's 12. Haruka's 16, Yuno's 18, Mu is 16. So a lot.
Yeah,
everybody,
I can see it from his view where he's still older. Yeah, they're all kids still.
Yeah, the only one older than him is Kazui. Kazui's 39. I'm pretty sure Shido is 31.
Yeah, like, and I'm gonna say this right now. Probably Kazui probably feels the fucking same way. He feels probably the same way. He's like, these kids don't fucking deserve these fucking punishments. They don't even deserve to be here. Like, okay, one's like, I'm gonna say this right now to all the characters.
Running to the bathroom.
Yeah,
okay, and yes, and I'm saying this about all the characters. Yes, they did things, but sometimes when you're pushed to a certain fucking point, it happens. You make stupid decisions. Like, you should get faced a regular jail, not fucking Milgram. Are you kidding me? Getting beat. Fucking Fuda has a fucking eye missing. He has a fucking eye missing. What the fuck? And then Mahiro, she's fucking like, she's all bandaged up because some fucking rebellious fucking wannabe cop wants to fucking beat the fuck out of them? Like, are you serious? Like, these kids don't fucking deserve that, and that's what's going through his mind. He's like, why the fuck do these kids deserve a fucking punishment like this? Yeah, some of them are bad eggs, but guess what? You can send them to juvenile hall, for fuck's sakes. Teach them a fucking lesson. Or fucking put them in community service, make him see, like, hey, this is what will happen to you if you fucking, like, fuck up in society. Not fucking send a fucking Milgram. Holy shit. Like, you know what I mean? Just like, holy fuck.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go on a wild guess and say both of you consider Forgiven.
Oh, no, he is definitely forgiven. Oh my god, he is definitely forgiven. I want him to walk out of this fucking hellhole and be like, I'm gonna live for my fucking kids and wife. I'm gonna live on in my heart. Hell yeah, forgiven. And I know fucking Queenie's gonna say forgiven too.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, I also I obviously also went Forgiven for Shido. Shido is I argue Shido is one of, if not the best character in at the very least Trial 2. But,
exactly.
Like, he's such a good character. I think like when I did like a tier list of like all the characters that I like the character favorability. I put him in I I think I put
I'm back.
welcome back. I only put like S in
Okay.
S in S. But I have him in A. Like right alongside like a lot of the ones that you're gonna see later. But all right. Queenie, you say forgiven for Shido?
Yes,
Figured. All right.
I will always say forgiven for him.
Yeah. All right.
I love how the fucking quote, it says, love is undead. Uh-oh. Here we go. Oh, is this the bitch I fucking said, you're not forgiven.
Yes, it
Okay,
is, and I'm very curious to see how you're gonna think about her in this one.
And let's see.
Isn't this the one who was like a vigilante?
No.
No, this is the one where she was a fucking obsessed beyond. Oh my god.
Oh, yes.
Oh my god.
久しぶり S 君
真昼
会いたかったよ。
大丈夫なのか。
車椅子あったら一人で移動できるようにもなったし。
お前の状態は指導から聞いている。
そっか。
尋問に出てこれると思わなかった。
全部指導さんのおかげだよ。ミルグラムにもありがとうだよね。医療器具とか車椅子とか貸してくれてありがとうだね。S 君に言うので合ってるのかな。なんでそんな悲しそうな顔してるの？
Oh, you're so beaten up. That's why you look sad.
大きな怪我をさせてしまったから。
でもこれはことこちゃんだと思うからね。 S 君が悪いわけじゃないんでしょ。だからってことこちゃんのことも恨んだりしてないんだよ。譲れないものがあったんだと思うし。
そんな。
いや、もうやめてほしいけど、なんて
真昼。
ごめんね、心配かけて。大丈夫、痛くない。
ひどい怪我だ。痛むに決まっている。
痛くないよ。
嘘をつくな。今指導を。
本当だよ、痛くない。あなたに許されなかった心に比べたら全然何も痛くないんだよ。こんなの大したことないんだよ。あれからずっと聞こえる私を許さないって声。 S 君の誰のわからないけどずっと聞こえてた。
真昼、落ち着け。
私がやったことはそんなに悪いことなの？私はただみんなと同じように普通の恋愛をしてただけなのに、なんでそれが許されないの？ねえ、なんで
真昼。
ごめんなさい。急に触られると痛いの。思い出して怖くなって。
いい。喋らなくてもいい。ゆっくりでいい。
ごめんね。S 君のことが嫌いとかじゃないからね。
深呼吸しろ。大丈夫だ。
もう大丈夫。
真昼。
ねえ S 君、なんで私は許されなかったのかな。 君の口から聞きたいな。
僕の口から。
前も言ったけど、私はただ人を愛しただけ。ミルグラムがどういう映像を見せたのか私にはわからないんだけど、あなたの目にはそう映らなかったの。あなたには何が見えていたの？あなたは何を感じたの？
僕の目に映ったのはお前が楽しそうな姿だけだ。恋をしていたんだろう。お前が幸福であったことは僕にも伝わってきたよ。
だよね。とても楽しかったもの。恋したくなった？
それは知らん。
釣れないな。で、なんでそれが許さないことにつながるの？
確かに幸福な映像に見えた。ただ前提としてミルグラムはお前を人殺しだと言っている。僕はそれを額面通りに捉えるわけにはいかない。ミルグラムが見せるのは本人の心象風景だ。必ずしも客観的な事実を映すわけではない。どうした？
まひる、あんまり頭良くないから分かりやすく言ってほしいな。
お前はお前の都合のいいように事実を解釈している可能性がある。幸せな恋愛はお前の認知の中だけだというなと僕は判断したと思う。
それはショックだな。S 君は私が嘘つきだと思ってるってことだね。何かそう思われるようなことしたかな、私。
僕は看守だ。お前を傷つけてしまうことは分かっているが、自分の考えは伝える。
聞かせて。
お前の愛が人を殺したと言っていたな。
そうだね。
一方的な愛の感情による行動、例えばいわゆるストーカー行為、そういったものの果てに人を殺した、そういう可能性もある。
ひどいな。
あ、そうだな。
私が実際に何かしているのを見たわけじゃないんだよね。
ああ、直接的にはな。
そう。
あくまでミルグラムは三神性だ。結論ではない。現段階ではその線で見ているというだけだ。
私と彼は愛し合っていたよ。ちゃんと彼氏と彼女、大学で出会って、私は初めてだったからうまくできたかわからないけど、普通にお付き合いしていたと思う。私は運命だと思った。彼もそう言ってくれた。
そうか。
ストーカーなんかじゃない。S 君からしたら私がストーカーでもそう言うって感じだろうけども。
そうだな。
でも決めたの。私も自分の気持ちをきちんと伝える。彼は死んだ。もしかしたら私の愛のせいかもしれない。
真昼。
でも私は普通に人を愛しただけなの。 何も間違ったことはしていないと思う。そして私は愛なしでは生きられない。
なぜそこまで。
人を愛する尊さを知っているから。人を愛した瞬間に変わる世界の美しさを知っているから。私を許さないということは、私から愛することを奪うということ。それは生きていないのと一緒。水が飲めないこととか空気がないことと一緒なの。だからこの愛が許されないなら死んだって構わない。ことこちゃんの行動だって大した問題じゃない。彼女も彼女なりに戦っているんだと思う。だから私は咎めない。私も私の愛が間違っていないと思うから。私の愛を恥じないでいたい。S 君がどう思うかで何かを変えたりしないって決めた。
圧倒された。すごいな、お前は。お世辞でなくすごいと思った。
褒められてる
かもな。そんな状況で誰も恨まず強くあって他人のことも包んでしまえる。なんでそんなことができるんだ。
これが愛の力なんす。
真昼。
レレ調子乗っちゃったかな。
お前の気持ちは伝わった。正々堂々第二審もお前を判断する。
それでいいよ。
すまない。お前がこうなったのは僕の責任だ。お前を許さなかったことは僕の意志だ。詫びるつもりはない。だがことこの行動を予測できなかったことは僕の落ち度だ。こんなことになると分かっていたら。
こんなことになると分かっていたらことこちゃんを許さなかったの？ことこちゃんが悪い人を攻撃していくって知っていたら S 君がことこちゃんの罪を見て許したいと思った気持ちも判断も変わっちゃうものなの。これは S 君の信じることをした結果なんでしょ。お仕事頑張った結果なんでしょ。
ああ、
覚えてるかな。第一審私お仕事頑張る人好きって言ったの。
ああ、言っていたな。
私は S 君にお仕事頑張る人好きって言ったからこの痛みも受け入れるよ。だから周りに何を言われてもあなたが思うことをすればいいと思うな。
お前がそれを言うのか。
S 君お仕事頑張ってて偉いね。あれ
泣いてない。
強がりだ。
違う。話はここまでだ。続きを見せてもらうぞ、真昼。お前の気持ちに応えるためにも。
ふつつか者ですが、よろしくお願いします。
囚人番号6番真昼。お前の罪を歌え。
You understand why this is why she is one of my favorite characters now.
Oh my
He's
god.
freaking super forgiving and like understanding. This
What
is
the fuck? What the fuck?
completely different opinion now from the first one.
Yeah.
Me, it's starting to seem now like she just pointed out, like she quoted in that she loved him and he loved her, and like she said something about fate and how he said it too. I'm starting to wonder if it could be a situation like similar to like a Stockholm syndrome, like someone who's denied love all their life. First time they receive it from someone, or what they perceive as love, because that's what they are told, they're going to hold on to that. I wonder if the boyfriend she's talking about, how she even said like maybe it was her love that killed him, and like the whole thing about stalking was brought up. What if he like was leading her on and literally like in a sense making her believe things that weren't true, and still this being the first time she ever experienced love after the life she kind of went through, that she literally thought like he was being genuine and she just wanted to be included. And like as he started pulling away after like telling her all this stuff, she didn't realize that. Maybe she didn't realize this guy was like, oh, he's finally done with his game with her and pulling away, because she was so totally invested, because he led her on to believe things so adamantly for so long. And as a result, like she might not have like in herself of a sense of things, like kind of like with our first fella, like she didn't directly kill him, but her actions indirectly killed him. But maybe those indirect actions were a case brought on because of him.
I will say,
not just for love, but because of like him leading her to believe, as she quoted, that they were fate.
I will say, hold on to your thoughts as we progress, as we do this music video. But there's one other thing I want to bring up, and I mentioned before, like when we first were introduced to her, that Mahiru was my favorite character because I connected with her the most. Her lines about how the world brightens up when you're in love for the first time, or even just when you're in love in general.
Like it makes like all the things just brighter. It's like the colors burst.
Yeah, it just makes your whole life bearable, because that one person is giving you all that hope and
color.
affection.
I was someone who basically saw the world in gray for a good 16 years, I'd say. It was only when I began, like when I fell in love for the first time, that like I actually finally started seeing color. And if it wasn't for that, arguably I wouldn't even be here right now, which you can interpret that how you will. But
I'll bring you back, bitch, and I'll fucking beat the fuck out of you.
Well, I mean, I'm here now.
I already had that determination. Anything ever fucking happens, I'll go right down to hell, drag you back, beat the shit out of you, kill you myself, go back down there, and then drag you back again.
Well, you wouldn't have met me if my world was still gray. But no, you don't have to worry. My life has color. And
boy,
you better. It better.
My life
scared of me down in Helheim. I would find yours all regardless.
My life has color. My life has color now, so you don't have to worry about me.
I swear to God, we'll become Sinua and try to bring you back.
But yeah. Rena, Queens, I got books on my grandma. We can do this shit. Again, none of you would have met me if it wasn't for that. But anyway, that's the reason why I love Mahiru so much. And I hope this. I'm glad the second.
Gray Azumarill.
I'm glad the second trial has kind of like opened, like has kind of like shifted your opinions about her. Like I genuinely.
Like my first fucking reaction seeing her. Okay, like I know you were telling me like how badly she was fucking beaten, but that's bad. She was horribly fucking beaten. Like holy shit!
The first trial does like the end of her first trial doesn't really do much for her favor, but
no, because literally like her video portrayed her as like this crazy stalker, like love addicted person who just like sunk in on one person, and like the way the video portrayed it was like it was against his will. And he didn't want it. But the fact now that she's literally saying, like, they met in college, they were boyfriend and girlfriend, and he was telling her that it was fate. Like, she's laying everything out now that she was probably, like, too afraid in the first one to lay out outside of her own feelings of how she thinks of love.
I do have
like, being more open and explaining things, which gives a bit more in depth to the fact that even if she did turn out to be like a little stalkerish, it's seeming more on the sense that this guy is the reason she's like that. That's why I mentioned like a Stockholm syndrome type situation where like obviously we know Stockholm syndrome is like you're taken by a captor and like things are like good and they treat you good and you're actually like getting
these kind of type
in
shit.
love with this kind of situation of somebody doing everything to keep you locked up, and it's like, oh, they don't want to let go of me kind of thing.
Did you read Para's fucking... Did you read Para's thing? Why did she have to get beaten up in order to open up?
Well, it's not so much that she had to get beaten up in order to open up. She was open in the first video for her, in her first interview, like her first interrogation. She did open up, and she explained to S, like... She was primarily answering S's questions, and that's what each one is getting their questions answered. And like S point blank, like pretty well asked her like why
did you do it? Why did you do it?
For love. And so then she explained to S about how she feels about love, and that was a reasonable answer because that's what S asked, was why. And so she was open. It's just she was never asked the direct question of like who the person was and like relation to the person and the who's, the what's, the where's, and the whys. She was not asked that. She was only asked the why, and her why is because of love. This person made her feel love. But she didn't express who the person exactly was.
Yeah, nor details about like kind of like what their relationship really looked like.
Yeah,
because
like exactly, she didn't get to explain like, hey, yeah, it was my boyfriend and he told me we were fate and this and that. All we could gather really from her first video is she had like a life of neglect where she never really felt love. She never got to see those colors, and then this one person made her see colors and she was in love with them. And like, obviously, they pass on, but the video doesn't exactly show or tell how or why.
Yeah.
Kind of, in a sense, that's what we got from the first one, was like a toxic one-sided relationship. But that's why in this one, with like this interview with what she said, that's why I said it's seeming more like this fella played her feelings and they started it. Like they knew she was neglected of love, and so it's kind of like, it seems like she was a game to them, and this fella said like, hey, yeah, we're fate, and like telling her, oh, I love you and blah blah blah, and giving her her first taste of love that she wanted to hold
and
on
then
to
yanked it away from
in
her.
her life. Yeah, and then like just yanked it away from her without her even realizing. Like that's why I get the feeling like he was leading her on. So maybe all this time, like while he was pulling a distance, he was also maybe like, say like as an example, like still messaging like, hey, yeah, I miss you, whatever, blah blah blah, and like kind of keeping
Probably laughing to his friends and like, oh look, oh yeah, look.
Yeah,
he's so
like
fucking,
always going around
obsessed
like
with me.
living his life and still leading her to believe that everything's fine with them, even though he's pulling away, and she don't know it, but she's still thinking everything's okay with them, so she's still loving him how she already always has, and he ends up
You have a lot of
offing in the sense of it.
You have a lot of things correct, so I'm very curious how your thoughts are gonna like progress as we watch this video. Hey, you guys ready?
It's just.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I will say one thing. I feel fucking terrible for fucking judging her the first time around. Cause like, I thought she was just like, literally like Queenie said, like she's a fucking obsessed little fucking stalker that she was like willing to fucking like do anything that she wanted to do to get her way. And I was like, now I feel like, I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, because I remember at the end of the first video, Riri, me and you like had the same assumption that like she stalked this guy so bad to the point that he like hung himself because the scene of the video was like the silhouette of that in front of her being scared. But it kind of seems more now like, yeah, like I said, like he was leading her on to things, and she was literally living life because she thought everything was okay. Like he never gave her any indication of, oh yeah, we're over, I don't love you anymore, whatever, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, are you all ready?
Ventus redeemed dehydrate.
I already drank.
Okay.
Drink your water, damn it.
Hi, Ventus.
But yeah, this one's something, so get ready.
Oh God. All right, fuck.
Right off the bat, okay, the beat of this is so different from the first video.
Yeah. Well, you'll see.
Is that her fucking boyfriend? Yo, he's the face of the boyfriend? What the fuck? Oh.
Okay, he's a cutie. If I was in her case, I'd be like, oh, like that too, yeah.
Yeah, he's hot. What the fuck?
Cutie, give me love.
Are we allowed to show this? Was that allowed to be shown?
I don't know. I'll suffer the consequences later if it really comes up. But
oh my God.
Okay, so while the video itself paints a different story, I still think she's innocent at
I
this
honestly think
point.
she is too.
I still think that it's the sense that maybe this guy led her on and she didn't realize it, and like didn't realize it was ending. And while he was leading her on, but also trying to separate from her while she's still thinking everything's fine, she's still giving him all this love, and it's like becoming overwhelming to him, and it's kind of like, in a sense, feeding a monster. And maybe like it's like the video itself is like kind of representing that she knows like he died because of her love, and so she might feel like her love is like a monster itself. But still, she did no wrong in the fact of loving a guy who made her believe that she was loved back, even if he never did or no longer did, and just kept her strung along. Because like even with the scene of him basically being a corpse following her, it's, I guess, in a sense, like saying that he was still letting her believe that there was something there that on his end wasn't. To me, this guy is a womanizer.
I will point out a symbolism that you can take in consideration. The cake. I want to bring two things to mind.
Cake becoming a rat.
The cake becoming a rat, yes, but also the fact that that he's feeding her as well as her feeding him. If you want to interpret it in
he was giving her like small bits, like feeding her small pieces of love, and she was feeding him whole things of love.
Mm-hmm. If both of them were both being toxic towards like one another, which only the boyfriend like giving cake, or like Mahir misinterpreting what the cake really is when attempting to give her, like, because he's only giving small bits. When she tries to return that love, she gives him a giant slice.
Yeah.
Which I do suggest
maybe
like,
if in a sense like he showed her a fraction of love, something she never had in her life, and then she just jumped to like giving it all, which in a sense, like in relationships, it could be like going too far too fast, and he was like either trying to like get it back to a normal track, and she still kept trying to go too fast, or he was still like letting her believe he was there while himself already pulled away and having no intention of continuing on with her. So it's still like, in either way, he's still in a sense of leading her on by sticking around even when he's not invested.
Yeah.
But letting her think he is.
And keep in mind too, this is Mahir's first relationship, so odds are,
like her first relationship, first experience of love.
Mm-hmm. She's not gonna understand how to navigate a lot of these things.
Yeah, and she's not gonna know like how much is too much, and if he's not like helping her relay that, like.
Yeah, communication's also a big part of it.
He himself was feeding the monster without managing it.
But,
like helping her understand.
But yeah. I obviously, you know me, I consider her forgiven, but like I also do want to bring attention to the fact that like I can't exactly ignore like the fact that she's being blinded by her own happiness, because at the same time, like communication is like, or lack of communication is a big part of it. I just like, because carousels themselves refer to like couples, romance, joy, sentimentality. It keeps moving, and the only time it stops is when he's hung, or hung in, you know what I mean. And I did think it was a potentially toxic relationship, regardless of like what what form this guy was, be it like whether he was a womanizer or whether he was legitimate, like only had eyes for her. Regardless of what it was, I do like there are a lot of signs that it was still toxic in some degree, which is it's not even necessarily something you can blame Mahiru for either, or him. Sometimes shit just happens.
No, like I feel like he unalived because of situation, but also situations he like really probably got himself into because of the kind and level of toxicity between them, and with her not understanding, like this is not a biasing or a sexist thing either. A lot of men, like especially if they're good looking, that they'll have experiences a lot sooner than majority of women. And so let's take a fact, maybe he already like had prior relationships, so he knows like what levels are good, what levels aren't, like how fast to move, how slow to move. He's aware of this. Whereas this is her very first ever like relationship after like a life of no love, a life of, like as was already pointed out, without love, a life of gray. And he brings color to her life, and that's something that she wants to hold on to because it's something new, it's something warm, it's something exciting, and she's going to try everything to appease him. And he's not, if he didn't manage it right, obviously, like in a sense of like the wording in the song, like monstrously in love, he was feeding a monster, but not training that monster in a sense.
Yeah, I did write down also the fact that like because they're both feeding each other, like he's also, if you want to interpret the cake as a rat, he's also feeding her rats, so he's also feeding toxicity potentially.
Yeah. But even if it's in the sense to like, even let's say he wasn't toxic and they're considering her love for him as toxic because she was giving so much of it, by proof of like the portion of the cake that she was giving him compared to that tiny little bite he has there, he might have started slow, like take things slow, and he could have been a good guy. And it's still in the end relying down on the fact this is the first time she's ever experiencing love, so she doesn't know what the right amount to give in portions is. And that itself, like too much love can be toxic, it can be overbearing, but she don't know that because she never experienced this feeling before. So even if he, as it is, unalived himself because she was being too much, she didn't know she was being too much because she's never had this experience before. She was never raised to like lead on the fact of like a parent explaining to them like, hey, like you don't move too fast, you don't move too slow, like you find a comfortable beat between you. It's like a guidance in life prior to this. Yeah, like a dog with chocolate, a little chocolate won't kill them, but much will. Like it, mind you, a little could make them sick, and you end up with a dog with the diarrhea shits everywhere.
Yeah, still don't do it. But
yeah, still don't do it, but in the same sense, yeah, like a little is not something that's going to kill them, but a lot will. But it's like it can be interpreted in that sense. Like he's giving her a little and like showing her the little bit of love that she never had before, the sweet thing in life she never had. And to her, finally getting this explosion of colors, she's wanting to give him it all because he's the one who gave it to her. So she wants to share that explosion with him, and he might not have been ready for like that kind of level of thing, and it just became too much. And ultimately in the end, offhanded from her, he squeezed himself dry and I say that in pun because the first entry was him dripping water. But she wouldn't have known that that would happen in the result of her level of love for him. So she's innocent.
Rena, you think innocent too?
Lucas says, maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but to me, she seemed to have a loose grasp on reality with picturing giving him cake when it wasn't food, and she saw the carousel as great condition when it wasn't. That seems like she believed it was good, but that she was in reality slowly smothering him with toxicity until he couldn't go on.
Yeah, that's why we keep mentioning like rose tinted glasses as well.
Yeah, like that's the vibe. Like she
literally blinded by her
like
love.
we already said, she was blinded by it because she never experienced love before. To her, everything was gray until she met this guy. She never had love from anything in life, and he gave her the first slice of it, like the first bite of what love is. And so she never really knew the expectation of what can be toxic and not toxic, what can be too much and not too much. So she was kind of, in a sense, like misled in how to love someone because no one has ever guided her about love.
Yeah. Rena? You say forgiven?
I am gonna forgive her because that's just. I feel so fucking bad. I do. I feel so fucking terrible for the things that I said about this girl, and I thought she was this horrible fucking human being where she was just like didn't want to take, literally like Mew, like she didn't want to take no for an answer, and she wanted the guy, and so she like pursued him until he hung himself, you know. But it's honestly, and I think for my perspective, or now it's like it's so fucked up. It's just so fucked up. I judged this poor girl so poorly because of the first fucking video that was given, because it made her out to be this type of monster, not like, you know.
When we reach trial 3, I have a theory also on how she's portrayed herself in these videos. But I'll wait till then before I really say it. But
yeah, like we do need to take into effect too, like as already said with this one too, like the videos we're seeing of them is how they're seeing themselves in their mind. So we do need to take that into account too, of this is what they're picturing. Mm-hmm. We're only seeing literally from their side, not the others, and seeing like their beliefs and things.
Yeah. Final note before we move on to the DILF. God, to your husbandos. God, she's such a good rapper.
She is. It's a good rap.
Hell yeah. Also, Paris, I wouldn't be weird if I said that it would also make sense if it showed him getting bigger from the portion sizes and then ended it by exploding.
We'll go with metaphorically, but sure.
Go with the weasel.
Oh my god.
All around the raspberry bush, the monkey chased the weasel. That was just a game. Pop goes the weasel.
Oh, this is what the fuck?
Different person translated it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, all right. Ready?
Yeah.
久しぶり、監視君。
久しぶり。
監獄の中は随分と大変なことになっているが、まあ他の子たちから聞いてるから、そこら辺は。
小高から囚人を守ってくれたようだ。
I love my doctor, but oh my god.
当然のことさ。それくらい。しかし。あの子は本当に強いね。 俺もあらごとは経験してきたつもりだけど、あんな女性は初めてだよ。
Boys, oh my god.
お前でも無力化できないものなの。
bark, bark,
こういうのっ
bark.
て基本的に体重が重い方が勝つんだけどね。向こうがこっちをしっかり殺す気なのと、さすがに怪我させるわけにはいかないからさ。難しいね。
そうか。
こうなることはもともと危惧していたよ。若い子も多い。このような状況でまともな精神を保つことは難しい。
冷静だな。
どうだろうね。暴力沙汰の方が慣れてるからかな。それでも椎名ちゃんは間に合わなかった。責任を感じているよ。まあ安心してよ。俺が動ける限りは守ってみせるよ。あの子とまともに戦えるのは俺くらいだろうから。
あとは巫女とか。
ああ、うん。暴れ出した時のね。でも読めないね。両方が僕らを襲ってくることがあったら全滅だってあり得る。
全滅。
そうなればこの監獄ごっこも終了だろう。それも全て看守君の判断次第なんだろう。誰を許すか許さないか次第。
何が言いたい？
できればこれ以上人が傷つかない方法を選んでほしいと言っている。
つまりお前を許せと。
おいおい、そんな目で見るなよ。
僕は看守だ。許せれば許すし、許せなければ許さない。それ以外に指標はない。
いいじゃないか。看守君も囚人たちが傷ついていく現状は望むところではないんだろう。罪を見ていると言いながら囚人たちを守る判断をしていけばいい。心の内側は誰にもわからない。それくらいのずる賢さは許されるだろ
う。お前らしい小賢しい考えだ。
当然の判断だろう。人を守るための虚偽は罪かい？
カントだな。
カント？
哲学者。どんな状況でも嘘をつくことは罪であると唱えた。
へえ。
友人を人殺しが追ってきたとして居場所を尋ねられた場合でも嘘をついてはならないそうだぞ。カント曰く。
馬鹿げている。嘘をつけば人が救えるならそうすべきだ。
だがお前は嘘で人を殺したのだろ。
許したんだろ俺のことを。随分当たりがきついね。
そうか。
白々しいね。君は心象風景を見ることで俺の気を知りに行くと言っていた。その結果かい？
不定だろ。くだらない。許したのはいまいち詳細がわからないからだ。経緯もお前の心情もよくわからん。
なるほど。
非常にわかりづらい。ポエミーに暗喩した自分に酔ったお前の人間性が丸出しだ。
はあらら。許してくれたってのに散々な言い草じゃないか。
個人的な嫌悪感だ。その性欲に突き動かされる人間に対してのな。
個人的な？
ああ、そうだ。
おかしいね。君は無味無臭の看守であろうとする嫌いがあると思っていたけど、個人的な嫌悪感を個人的な嫌悪感として出してくるなんて珍しいんじゃない？
やかまし
い。よっぽど俺の罪が気に入らなかったと見えるね。わかるよ。若さゆえか、あるいは
まじまじと見てくるな、気色の悪い。すっきり。
いきなり何するんだい。
生理的な反応だ。悪く思うな。
それでためらいなく顔を殴るのはやめなよ。しかし、そうか。そうか。
はあ？
そういう可能性は考えてもみなかったな。思い込みというのは怖いね。
それ以上、わけのわからないことを言っていると、もう一度殴るぞ。
まったくヒステリーはやめておくれよ。ただそれなら納得がいく部分もあるね。俺は子供がいないけど、そういうものだと聞いているよ。
おい、わけ知り顔でベラベラ喋るなよ。不愉快な。
でもね、違うんだよ。
何の話だ？
違うんだ。不貞と言ったね。いわゆる浮気や不倫の類だと。
はあ、お前の心象から僕はそう推測した。
違う。不貞にすらならなかったよ。そういうものにすらならなかったんだ。俺はね。
既婚者、最大者だろお前。
そうだよ。あれ、そうか、言ってなかったか。
指輪外したんだな。
そうか、外してたか。そうか。
はあ。
持ち歩いてはいるんだけどね。ほら、俺は許された。俺の気持ちを肯定された。だからこれをしなくてもいいってことなのかね。おかげで第二審が始まってから気分が楽だった。それは本当に申し訳ないね、妻に。
その指輪がお前にとっての罰の象徴だというのなら、相手にとってこれ以上ない残酷さだろうな。結婚というのは愛し合う者同士が望んでするものだろう。一方の人間が望んだだけではできないものだ。それを勝手に罰扱いとは。バカにしている。
そうだね。ああ、そう思ったんだろうさ、妻もね。
前も言っていた。お前は嘘つきだ。その嘘が人を殺した。僕はお前を許した。まだわからないなりに直接殺したわけではなさそうだとか、様々な類推の中でお前の人殺しは罪ではないと判断した。だが嘘をつく人間性は褒められたものではない。
その通りだと思うよ。
つまり好き嫌いで言うと嫌いだ。覚えとけ。
わかるよ。
はあ。
俺も大嫌いだよ、嘘をついている自分が。嘘つきはね、苦しいんだよ。
だったら
だから変えようとしたんだ。変わろうとしたんだ。 自分にも他人にも嘘をつくのをやめようとしたんだよ。打ち明けたんだ。ありのままでいようとしたんだよ。俺は俺の生まれたままであろうとしたんだ。
おいカズイ、
嘘が殺したんじゃない。嘘をやめたから死んだんだ。嘘をついたままなら死ななかったんだ。
カズイ、
嘘をつかなきゃ生きていけないんだ。そう生まれたんだ。俺は情けないよね。
よくわからんやつだなお前は。余裕ぶって本心を見せず心の内を巧妙に隠しているかと思えば、今はそうやって自己嫌悪に陥っている。
おじさんの情緒不安定見てらんないよね。ごめんね。
カントの話だが、
友人が殺されそうでも嘘つくなって人ね。
彼の主張は嘘をつかなかったことで友人が死んだとしてそこに因果関係はないとのことらしい。
そう思えないけどね。
嘘をつかなくても友人は死なないかもしれないし、嘘をついても友人は別の機会に死ぬかもしれない。だから誠実であるべきだと。
納得できる？
いや、あまり。
だよね。
あまりだったが、今は誠実であろうとしたことで失敗をした人間に対してその誠実さ自体を責めないようにという優しさなのかもしれないと思った。何が起きたかはまだ知らないが、お前が正直であろうとしたこと自体は誇っていいのではないか。
急に優しいね。
思ったことを言っているだけだ。仮にもお前は許された。お前の罪は罪ではないとされた。それでも少しも楽そうじゃない。
本当にね。
他のやつはなんだかんだで許されたことで自分を解放していたがな。
そうなんだね。
それだけ人に思いを肯定されるということは人格形成に大きな影響を及ぼすということがわかる。だがお前はお前自身を許していない。だから変われない。もしくは偽った自分を許されても少しも救われないということか。
ああ、本当にすごいね君は。たくさん考えてる。
面倒な囚人を10人抱えてるもんでな。嫌でも鍛えられる。
自分を許していない。偽りの自分を許されても響かない。そのどっちもなんじゃないかな。重ねてきた嘘が自分を縛っている。小さい頃から自分の胸の内なんて語ったことがない。でも結局人はそうしないと救われないってことだ。そしてそれはもう俺の手ではできないところまで来ているんだ。ミルグラムならぶち壊してくれると思ったんだけどね。
挑発のつもりか。
君は俺の罪に届かなかった。俺は望んでいるというのにミルグラムも大したことがないんだな。
無理をするなよ。さっきまで泣き言を言っていたくせに。
行き止まりまで来てしまった嘘つきの意地さ。俺の嘘を明かしてみろ、ミルグラム。そして S、 俺をこの嘘から解放してくれ。
はあ、任せておけ。囚人番号7番カズイ、お前の罪を歌え。
Alright. Thoughts?
He's still innocent, I think he is.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's innocent. Still innocent, I still think.
I mean, he did just point out, too, like, she died because he finally told her the truth or something. So maybe he just said something like she didn't want to hear but needed to hear, and she did something irreversible, and he blames himself, because if he had to have just lied and said the thing that wouldn't have hurt her, then she'd still be alive, but they'd be in a toxic marriage.
I'm kind of lost because I didn't see much of the other stuff while I was working on stuff. Is his wife So his wife is the victim. I will, however, note there is no infidelity involved. Cheating is not part of this.
No.
So you can rest assured on that. I can confirm there was no cheating. What do you mean, fuck? What do you mean, fuck? What, you wanted him to cheat?
What? Why would you want him to cheat?
10
Why
points
would you
back
want
to
to
10
cheat?
points back to him. Right. Ads are about to start, and I also need to go to the bathroom, so just one moment. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Feel free to discuss amongst yourselves for a moment.
Okay. So I did want to quickly say, because I also mentioned this to Greeny and DMs, I am going to get off after this music video because I am a little bit tired. And I have my trip coming up, so I'm trying to get some.
Off car soon.
Yeah, literally a day.
Hell yeah.
I'm a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie.
What are you nervous about?
Just, I mean, these people in real life, and I'm just kind of worried.
Don't be worried. Take a little pocket knife with you.
Oh, I will. Don't worry, I will.
Good girl.
Oh, I will.
Anyone fucks with my daughter, fucking shank them. Give them a good prison shanking.
Shink, shink. Anyways, but so let's talk about let's talk about Kazui for a minute. Okay, so I will say that honestly, I still think he's innocent from the first trial that we seen him in, because honestly, she thought wrong, and she assumed, and point blank, that she's I honestly think she fucking assumed that he was cheating, and she's like, well, if I can't be with him, I'm not gonna be with him at all.
Yeah, I remember us thinking that one. I'm starting to think now though, with what he just said throughout this one, where he said it wasn't actually that, there was no cheating, and Green confirmed it. There was no cheating. Maybe welcome back. Maybe it could be the other woman that we seen in the first video. Could that be how we talked in the first video, a possible acquaintance, or a co-worker, and there was a misunderstanding,
or
wife, or she
it was
could be someone after
sibling.
the death.
No,
maybe?
no, hold on. I was thinking about this too the other time. What if it's a family member, and she didn't know about the family member, of course, and they just because sometimes we don't some partners don't know about their family. Like, what if this is like a relative and she came into town and she was like, oh my god, I just got my like third divorce, blah blah blah, and he's like, it's okay, I'm here for you, you know.
Yeah,
And
but I generally, like, with something like that, I typically think, like, if they're close enough to, like, meet up at a bar and for her to confide in them, and, like, this is his wife, wouldn't it be typically, like, normal to assume that, like, if they're close enough that they have a bond where they can meet at a bar and she can confide into him about, like, her life pains, that it would be impossible that, like, his wife should have known her, especially like if it's a sibling or like even a cousin or something, they would have been at least at the wedding or at least like being told about.
the thing is, sometimes sometimes if a wife, like sometimes I've heard stories like some wives they don't give a fuck if they're like family or not, and they'll get jealous because they'll think like, oh, this person's about to take him away, like, because if from the first video, you know, Kazui has money. You can tell Kazui has money. Like, you know, he worked to get that money. And, you know, maybe she's... Yeah, I'm just saying, because sometimes and I'm gonna say some women are fucking crazy bitches, and they're just like, you know, oh, if I
don't
can't
want any woman around my man because they're going to take my money.
exactly what I was fucking saying. That's exactly what I'm fucking saying. I'm just like, you know, thinking like, oh, dude, well, like, what the fuck? You know?
I'm kind of wanting to like. I'm actually kind of seeing it like.
Mm-hmm.
What up?
Kind of like I guess like what Lucas said, like if possible, like she died and then he slept with people afterwards, so it wasn't really cheating, but like I'm thinking maybe that sense, like we see the girl in the bar. What if it's like, okay, his wife died because he told her the truth about something and it was something that she couldn't handle, maybe. Mm-hmm. They, like, as an example, we clearly know he has a past. Maybe he knew something about, like, someone she cared about or whatever that happened to them or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, as an example, like, oh, say, like, someone in her family died and he all along knew, like, the cause or the reason or whatever. Yeah. And he finally, like, he told her the truth and she couldn't handle it. Mm-hmm. And so afterwards, like, maybe that girl in the bar could be like, he's trying to, like, forget the pain and, like, forget his wife because he thinks her death is his fault because he told the truth.
But you know what?
But he couldn't.
Hold on. Now I'm gonna say this right now. What if this is the fucking thing, and if, like, you know, like, say hypothetically he cheated, right? Just hypothetically. Okay, so I'm being serious. Is Milgram really gonna fucking like charge him for you cheated on her? How dare you? Like, well, what the fuck?
It's more in the sense that he's there because she died as a result of something he did, even if that's telling the truth.
Yeah, like even if that
he died offhanded because of him.
Even if that cause was like, if hypothetically, if he cheated and then he told his wife and his wife couldn't handle it, that would be traced back to him. That doesn't always mean like he's at fault,
quote unquote, killed her.
Well, like that's why it's up for debate. That's why it's like debated. But also,
that's what I'm saying. I know, but what I'm saying is, because she slew her slide, that's his fault. I'm sorry. I know that's
not like on hand his fault. It's like indirect.
That's why like
indirectly, it's something he did that caused her reaction, and that's what he's being like juried for.
Yeah, especially like if you basically push someone to commit suicide, that would be your fault. Even if they're the ones that killed themselves, you're the one that.
Milgram's purpose is basically to choose if it's like. The reason is bad enough to warrant them being penalized for it, or if it was like something silly. So like, oh, you bullying in a sense. So we'll go back to the bullying thing. You bully someone enough that they slew or slide, you can be penalized for it because you indirectly killed them as a result of your continued horrible acts. Whereas,
Hell, that's literally Futs's case.
you confess to someone, hey, I seen your brother get killed and I never told you about it because I didn't want to have you through even more pain, and like now I want to come clean because it's eating at me, and then they kill themselves. You indirectly killed them, yes, but that's not penalized for because you were doing it with good intentions. You were literally like trying to protect them from more pain, but you couldn't handle the grief anymore.
But yeah, I mean, also funny enough, that bullying one's literally Futs's case. But yeah, no, a lot of that is like the reasons always vary. That's why the concept itself is so debated. But all right, are you guys ready to begin?
Mm-hmm.
All right, strap in.
Oh my god, I love this freaking beat. Okay, so now I'm getting the sense of something else we quoted from the first video that we seen about feelings. Seems that he wasn't being satisfied in the marriage anymore because she was pulling apart. So possibly his truth to her was, I want a divorce, and she went an opposite way about taking that.
I do want to point out real quick because I know a lot of people. I know of a lot of people that take this like killing of the dove very literally. Doves are a symbol of peace, freedom, and love. So by literally like eating turning the ring into a dove, and then killing that dove, it represents destroying the marriage. I just want to bring.
Yeah, I'm really getting the sense that his first time, like his truth to her, was finally telling her, "I'm not happy and I want a divorce," and she took it completely a way he didn't want and slided off herself, and he's blaming himself for it because if he had to have just kept lying and pretended to be happy in an unhappy marriage, he would still be alive. He just wanted freedom because he wasn't happy anymore.
Interesting.
But the thing is, that's a normal everyday fucking thing. That's a normal everyday thing. And she took, that's on, I'm going to say this right now, nobody get fucking mad at me for this, but that's on her.
Oh, 100% it is. That's why, like, he's on trial, though, because, like, he's feeling guilty for it, and, like, she still, like, pointed out with other examples, she did die as a result of something from him, so offhanded, like, her death is a result of his action, and he's feeling the guilt for it, and so that's Milgram's part in deciding if he is innocent, if, like, his justification was not extreme enough to warrant being guilty, or if it was. I still say he is innocent.
He is very much innocent.
I am curious though, if this is the theory you guys are going with, what do you guys think about the green apple? What do you think that is?
I feel maybe the green apple represents, like, life before. 'Cause think of, like, apples in a tree. They always start out green and then they turn red when they're ripe. So that could be representing, like, the prior, as in, like, a sign that it was falling apart from the beginning. Or maybe he, like, as a quote, he said in it, like, what if I told you I liked you? Maybe, like, where he already quoted to multiple times, he can't live without lying. It could be a sense he asked that as, like, a hypothetical question to her. Maybe she took it literally and he felt pressured to marry her or to propose, and he was never happy to begin with. And in the end, he finally tells her all the truth, like, hey, I wasn't happy to begin with. I married you because I thought that's what you wanted and whatever, blah, 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 but it was never what I actually wanted. And that's what resulted in her being like, oh, well, everything was a lie, and just end it.
Offed herself, yeah. No, and that, honestly, I'm sorry, but that is a coward way to fucking do that. To make him feel bad? Like, are you fucking serious? Like, okay, well, if he was pressured, I'm just saying, if he was fucking pressured, wait, hold on, what did Lucas say? I see it like he loved the idea of her, and after they got together, he realized he wasn't satisfied with her, and he kept lying to her and himself that he loved her, but his greed for wanting more led him to the choice of telling the truth that he wanted to end the relationship, and it broke her heart. I mean, to play
devil's advocate, if that's like the route like that we're going. At the same time, like on one hand, you can't necessarily fault like you can't necessarily fault like him like making a choice for his own happiness, but at the same time, he also shouldn't have lied for like in the first, like if he wasn't ever going to, like, if he wasn't going to love her, he shouldn't have entered a relationship with her. You know what I mean?
I mean, that is true. That's true. That's true. That's very true. You are right about that.
Really, his only real guilt. His only real guilt is just lying about his feelings. He should have just been honest from the start. But as he quoted too, like he's spent his whole life lying. He doesn't know how not to lie, like how to live without lying. And it seems to me like he's like the kind of person who's like a people pleaser. Like he sees a little bit of happiness in them, and as a result of something he said, so to keep them happy, he's going to keep lying, even at like the stake of his own happiness. But then when he's finally standing up for himself, like finally taking the stand, like, hey, I can't do this anymore, and they react in a sense of like, if this is the whole equation of it, that's what he did, and the result of him finally being honest for the first time about what he wants, it results in the death of somebody that could push him back into, well, a life of lying and being like, hey, I have to keep lying, which is what he was like soon as we first met him at the first season of Milgram, as the liar, like back into hiding his true feelings, which is what he did in the first one, because to expose his true feelings means someone else is going to die, because that's the only thing he knows now, because the only time he exposed his truth, someone died.
The problem,
he's innocent.
The problem with a lie like this, especially when it comes to like a relationship that leads into a marriage, is that the longer you continue the lie, the worse it gets when the lie is revealed. Because like if you're like dating someone for a couple months and it's revealed that they never loved you, that sucks, of course. But like you can move on from that a lot quicker than if you were married for years and years and years, and then you learn that the entire marriage, all that time that you spent together, all that time of your life was a lie. You know what I mean? Like it gets worse the longer you continue to lie.
This thing here kind of made it seem too like she was previously like a co-worker of his, so maybe they worked together for a lot longer than like what they had in a relationship for, so they already built this kind of like bond between them ahead of it, even if it like started out as like a professional bond, and he progressed it more even though he necessarily didn't want to. There are situations like in life that happens, because there's like people who can mistake like friendship for something more, or like people who have a coworker that they work with for so long, they feel like, oh hey, feelings are being developed between us. They're mistaking one kind of feeling for another, possibly because they never had that feeling themselves. So the same kind of like situation with our girl adoring love, because she never experienced love before. He had a life spent lying, so he never really truly felt these things, and he could have mistaken a camaraderie for something more, and that was resulted because he possibly seen from her case that maybe she did have genuine feelings for him, and he's seen that, and he was mistaking his own for the same and lied to give her what she wanted. And then years later he really realizes like, hey, yeah, no, that was never how it was, and he's being honest with her. But yeah, like you said, it was dragged out for so long, it makes the pain worse. Like there is a whole saying that in a relationship you can love someone, and for however long you love them, it takes double the length of time to get over them. If you're dating someone and you love someone for 3 years, it can take over 6 years for you to truly get over them.
Yeah.
So that the longer the duration of that so-called love is, so in her case, if she genuinely loved him, and say they're married for 5 years and had like a 2-year relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend before that, so there's 5, 6, 7 years of an entire relationship, not including the possible amount of time as a professional relationship before that where feelings could have been developing. She could have been going over like 2 decades worth of grief that's hitting her all at once, and pushed her to her choice so she didn't have to feel that pain.
That's kind of and that's kind of what I'm referring to as well. Like I know like when we started this discussion, I know you guys were like very like fully on Kazui did nothing wrong, like which, but like that's why I kind of want to bring this point of perspective, because like while I do still agree that Kazui is forgivable, I don't like pretending like he's not, like he hasn't done anything wrong, because it kind of it kind of like casts aside how she has probably felt throughout this.
Oh yeah, like he definitely did do wrong. Like he is, in this sense, he's the guy that led her on with lies. I'm definitely like 100%. I'm agreeing with that. For no matter how long their marriage went on, he would have been lying from the start, and that 100%. That's not okay. Even if he didn't understand what he was feeling at the time, he jumped into something he was not sure of, but he lied about it because, like, to me, I want to think it on the sense that he lied to her because he thought that's what she wanted. I'm seeing him as, like I said, that kind of people pleaser type person.
And I agree.
Because he doesn't understand his own feelings, but he understands what they're feeling. So he wants to make them happy, even if it's at this, like, the risk of himself. It's at the sacrifice of his own true feelings. And now he's feeling the guilt because he was finally honest with her about it. He finally had the courage. And I remember him talking in the first one along the lines about, like, building up a courage to say something. So maybe it was stewing with him for a long time, and he was building up that courage to finally be different and tell her the truth, like to confide in her and be honest. And he said that in this interview about confiding in someone and being himself with someone, and it didn't work. And that could be like in this case, he's finally honest for the very first time with her because he wants to think of his own emotions for once. And in a sense, maybe he thought too, like where they had so much time together, she might understand it because this is someone that he's been married to for so long. So he's confiding in her. He's trusting in her to understand his feelings. But she takes it in a way that he didn't plan. Like, she takes it as like him completely cutting her off, like, oh, everything was always a lie, and like, oh, blah, 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 blah. While he's just trying to have her understand his feelings.
That too, yeah. Like if you
what he did was wrong to lead her on, but like Rena said, her making the choice she made, that is on her in the end. Because even if, say, a marriage goes on for a decade, and you learn in the end, like, the man never really loved you or the woman never really loved you, it doesn't mean take your life. You can still be strong enough to be like, okay, I understand you don't feel that way, and for us to stay together, it would just be toxic. It would be wrong. Neither of us would be happy in the end. And it's not fair to focus on one person being happy while the other is unhappy. You can be that kind of person who's like, okay, let's get a divorce, whatever, move on. Yeah, it's going to take the time to get over, but it's not something that's impossible. So her death is still on her own hands. Not his fault that she's dead, but his prior actions that led up to it were definitely wrong.
Yeah. This is why I do consider his trial 2 a lot more split compared to like his trial 1. Because, like, there is that aspect to it. Like, like Lucas said, like, he's not a murderer, but he still has to take accountability for his part in her death. And the longer that he lies to himself about it, the longer he will suffer. But, like, yeah, like, he is still responsible for her, like, for a good portion of her, not the full, like, again, like, her decision is her own, but he does still play a massive part in it.
He's responsible for the pain that it put the idea in her head. Yeah, but he's not responsible for the course of action that caused it.
He's not hopeless. Like, it is, like, he is still forgivable.
Oh, 100%. I vote forgiven for him. I think honestly with S's actions to him, that in S's head, like S is actually doing everything, not to necessarily be mean to him, but he said at the very end of it, like, S helped me get through my sins. Like, that's what S's goal is, because the only way he can be vindicated to himself is to admit to these, to realize them, and to be honest with himself about them. And it's him lying to himself and making it as if it's not an issue that is keeping him in the grief. And the only way that he can truly be free, even if all of his trials are forgiven and he gets physically freed at the end, if he doesn't deal with the issues prior to it, he's never going to truly be free. And I think like that's S's method, is being that person who has to give him the cold truth for him to be honest with himself.
Yeah. Like, when we get to trial 3, like, I feel like we're when we get to trial 3, like, we're definitely going to be revisiting this topic, because there's one extra spin that hasn't been brought up yet. But for the most part, we like the conversation, like, this is pretty much the conversation, the topic that we've, like, that Kazui's case is about. I'm surprised. I'm glad that you guys, like, that you guys have kind of figured it out in this trial, because when he's like, Kazui's one of those cases where it's like it's very complicated in the beginning, and then you kind of shift through everything, and once you've like locked down on the story, that on his, like, his true story, that's when the discussion can truly begin. Same with Yuno's. Yuno's is another one where it's like, what, it's ambiguous as fuck in the beginning, and then once you actually like understand what the case is, you can have the discussion about it.
Oh yeah. Also, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to laugh, because I got so in between the videos, I bring up your stream just to see the chat.
Right.
And while you were just talking, I was watching Riri Spooky constantly going to the middle finger every time you're talking, like telling you to shut the fuck up. So I was trying not to laugh.
It's literally my Pikachu saying, shut the fuck up.
Hi, Andy.
Hi, Andy.
It's Pookie, huh, no Pookie?
How rude. No, how rude to you, sir? Fuck you.
Full house moment. Rude.
How rude.
He can find peace in some level of personal redemption, but only once he is honest with himself and accepts that there wasn't anything he could have done to present rude. Yeah.
I'm very rude. No, you're not.
Yes you are.
That's fucked up.
Oh.
But alright, so yeah.
Rude big chocolate bar.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
All 3 say forgiven?
I will stay on my fucking true statement from the fucking first one. He is forgiven.
Forgiven.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright.
Yep. Alright, I will say this.
Andy. I'm sad about Rivals.
Wait, go ahead.
I do want to say I am very tired, but I did like this very much. You know,
we can end it right now. Yeah, that's fine. Hey.
I got a toe cramp.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
You got a what cramp?
Toe cramp. I'm
Oh, I
sorry.
heard something else. I'm sorry. I heard something else. I'm sorry. I heard something else. I was like, did you say pussy cramp? I was like, what?
What did you get pussy from toe?
If you can hear that from the microphone, oh my god.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
like my big toe just cramped. Oh my god.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Kind of did, like the whole like freeze up thing and my toes wouldn't bend.
Camel toe cramp? Oh, Andy, what the fuck?
But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out tonight, and I'm glad you guys have been enjoying this as usual. And I'm also
always.
and thank you for the discussions. Like, I wasn't expecting to have as long of a conversation as we did about Shido's case, but I really appreciate.
I'm sorry, Shido always gets me, dude. Like, I swear to God, that his case always fucking gets me.
Yeah.
Apologize for crying on your stream.
No, it's okay. I'm
Look,
sorry.
I will say this right now. You brought like 3 viewers into the fucking stream because you're crying.
Oh
so
my God. No. No, it's like. Yeah,
I'll just start joining people's streams and cry at random for them views.
I'm sorry about that, by the way.
No, it was worth it.
Yeah.
That was a good song and a good video and like a really in-depth story. Like, I really, even though it touches on things like that, I'm actually really loving Milgram because of where it touches on those subjects, on those things that happen in the world that a lot of people don't even care to look at, don't even care to really think about. All the pain, like, so many people go through these situations, and it's not like to say that, like, oh, people who go through these situations are bad, like they're murderers, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking about like the whole murder aspect, but the resulting pain that they go through and like the situations that they're placed in as people. Like, this shit happens to so many people every day. And it's like Milgram is literally bringing that to attention to people. Like, look at this and realize this is what people go through. Like, be careful of like who you meet in the world and who you like. If you're the kind of person that's going to yell at someone because you're having a bad day, be careful, because you don't know what that person's going through.
Yeah, it's why I appreciate this series so much, especially like when it like takes those topics and like applies them to like these questions. Like Haruka with a like a developmental illness is someone with like at what point, like, where's the line for someone who has a developmental like illness when it comes to a crime, or like Futa, like at what point is the line like cross when it comes to if a cyberbully could be should be prosecuted, or not prosecuted, but like at what point is it like forgivable, or like what point is it across that line and no longer becomes forgivable, and things like that, like bringing a lot of these topics to the forefront, and then having them be like allowing you to actually think about these topics and where your boundaries stand on them. It's why I appreciate the show so much.
I mean, I do too. It's just like it does, like Queenie said, it does touch a lot on, like, it makes kind of people realize, like, hey, these could be real life shit that's happening to like everybody else. Like, you know, be aware, like, you know, that like these are what, like, if you were to judge somebody in a courtroom and like they say, oh yeah, this happened or blah blah this and that, this is why like they're being persecuted for this crime, you know. Like, they're letting, like, and especially in like, and I know because Milgram is like an anime kind of show, it shows like, you know, the people that have been stuck in this like whole, like, you know, they're untouched by reality and stuff like that. They're bringing something to the anime community and saying like, hey, look, this is real life.
Is reality.
Yeah, this is reality. We want to show you this, to show you like, hey, stop.
I like it because as an anime fan, I do like slice of life animes, and typically the slice of life we get is like the little high school love stories and angst and sadness and heartbreak and whatever, blah blah blah.
They don't get
this is a literal slice of life of the hard life. Like, we see, like, okay, we have slice of life where, like, oh, you got this anime girl, like, Say I Love You. Say I Love You is an anime that is a slice of life. And the two main characters in it, literally the male and female. The female is like a nerd of the school in a sense. She's the quiet little bookworm girl. And the guy is literally like the school heartthrob who's like model quality. And there's a point in the show where it's like, oh, he actually gets a modeling job, and the one fault about this guy is he hates telling people no because he don't like hurting people. He's genuinely good, but doesn't realize that sometimes that genuinity causes pain to others. And so he's dating the bookworm girl now, and like he gets this job as a model, and there's a co-star, like a co-model, who develops feelings for him, and like she constantly asks him to like walk her home and like stay with her for dinner at her apartment and stuff, and he does it out of the kindness of his heart, not like with misintent. But his girlfriend doesn't take it that way because he's starting to neglect her in order to like satisfy this co-worker's like feelings and stuff, because she's like constantly going to him like, oh, I'm scared, no, I don't like being alone, and oh, I have nobody. And she's kind of like using his weakness of saying no to her benefit, and it's at the risk of his girlfriend, and he realizes that in the end, and like fixes the issue. But it's like, that's our typical slice of life. But now let's say, okay, he finally chooses his girlfriend, and we're not seeing like the result of him finally saying no to this like co-act girl. At least Milgram is like the kind of slice of life that touches base on that. It touches base on like the results of actions, not just the life that people can live, or like the ideal high school experience and this and that, blah blah blah. It's literally touching base on the important things in the world, like what people are actually suffering.
So yeah. Crap, there was something I was gonna say and I forgot it.
Think, monkey, think.
It'll come.
Hey, I just seen Andy's friggin' quote, Queenie crying, always a W. Screw you, Andy.
It's fucked up.
That's fucked up, Andy. Jesus Christ.
Oh no, his goal in life is to make me cry.
What? Why?
Oh yeah, 100%. Why do you think he gives me stuff so often? Because he knows when I get overly gifted, I end up crying.
I mean, has he succeeded?
He makes me cry. Yes.
Man.
Multiple times.
Then why is it still a goal? Then why is it still a goal?
Because his goal is to continue doing it.
Fair.
No, okay, can I also like fucking say something real quick? It just reminded me of the Bitcoin video that you... Oh, what?
I said, you said you wanted to say something real quick.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to say something real quick. The way you guys were talking, it was like, did he succeed? Did he succeed? And it's like, yes. It reminds me of the crippling depression video.
Oh my god. You know what I got?
Crippling depression.
Crippling depression. And just the silence. The extended silence before Puffer pipes in.
That was rough, Green.
That was rough.
And then just me, my response. Well, it's not wrong, but no.
Yeah, some things are serious enough that punishment must be given even if death was unintentional, but sometimes someone isn't responsible for the extent. Someone may take measures, like harassing someone until they unalive themselves is on you, but like his case where his wife killed herself with heartbreak wasn't something... Yeah, exactly, that's why these are like commonly debated too, because like there are also people like Fuda's and also Moo's case specifically, and you'll see this a lot in Trial 3. Those two are one of the most split in terms of like debating whether or not it's forgivable or not. Which granted you'll see
like
when we get
touch
there.
Base,
but, like,
there's one who like deals with bullying, and we did touch base on like, was the bullying to the extremity of them reacting in unaliving somebody, or like were they the bully first? Did they start out as the aggressor, which is what we deemed from this one? They turned out to be the aggressor first, then the aggressors turned on them and started bullying them back as like, oh, a taste of your own medicine kind of thing, here's what you put people through. And then that resulted in the first aggressor unaliving somebody else who was like a bystander that came in after the fact. So it's like, okay, is their trial enough? Like, oh, well, they're bullying, like they were bullied. And so first trial was like, we thought they're bullied so much that they thought the only way to save themselves because the bullying was getting so bad was to put an end to it. And she had like a mental snap and attacked the person who was hurting her, which resulted in that person meeting the ground. But then finding out in this one, she first was the aggressor as the bully around the school, and this other person came into play afterwards, and then the original bully is the one who started getting bullied, and she unalived someone for it. So it's like, yeah, she's at fault because she started off as the bully. They bullied back, and it's like she didn't like taking no for an answer and acted on it because she never thought she would suffer any consequences for it because she never did in her entire life. That's something punishable.
But yeah, we should probably also like begin. I know Rena said she was tired, so we should probably begin wrapping this up. But yeah, let's not take 4 months before doing this again, please.
I'm sorry, I've been so busy.
Nah, I get it. Don't worry. But yeah, let's get back to this soon.
Yeah. I actually really do like this. Just as, like, it's like after stream, I was like, oh shit, do I love it? You know, I'll tough it through. And then I was like midway through Kazui's, I was like, oh shit, I'm getting tired. Fuck.
Yeah, no,
I
I
need to go fucking just.
I get.
But yeah.
I understand. Don't worry. But yeah.
I mean, we had like almost 5 hours now of it.
Hilariously,
4 hours and 44 minutes.
Hilariously,
and most of it with some good discussions.
Hilariously, this is the shortest one we've done so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually what was it? What was the last one? Like what, 6 hours?
First
8 hours?
The very first one was 8 hours. The second one was 7 hours.
Yeah, that's my fault. That's my bad, gang.
I mean, and it's also
the first one too. We did go through the entire first season.
Yeah,
yes, and
I
we're also halfway.
Almost the entire first. We went there. Ironically, we ended on Kazui.
Oh, we did. Oh yeah, we did. We actually did.
And then we had when we did the second one, we started on Kazui and then made it through half of the second season. And then we came to it here, and now we're back down to Kazui.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
Kazui's just daddy, okay?
Yeah, but yeah, no, and that but like the majority of this stream was Shido's case, which understandable, honestly.
Yep, most definitely.
But yeah, who's live right now that we could raid?
If you need someone new to raid, I can definitely give you someone to raid.
I mean, Hattress is live. We could raid Hattress.
That bitch ain't gonna be fucking awake to fucking know that you raided her. God dang. I'm just kidding.
It says that she's still alive, or maybe Twitch is lying to me. No, Twitch is not lying to me. No, Twitch is not lying to me.
No, I know, but like sometimes I'll click on it. Like, doesn't that irritate you? Like, you think like somebody's live, and then when you click on it, it says, "Oh no, they already went." Yeah. They already like raided out. I'm like,
yeah, that is exactly what I mean.
Yeah, no, she's active. She's doing Pal World.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll raid into her. We'll raid into her. But alright, I will be live tomorrow for I'll figure it out when I figure it out.
I'll not be live tomorrow. I have to get my shit ready for Thursday.
Yeah.
And I won't be back till Tuesday, I think.
If you don't mind me asking, where are you going?
I'm going to San Jose for a Off-Kai convention, a VTuber convention.
Oh shit, you're going to Off-Kai.
Yeah.
Shit, have fun with that. I wish I could go, but I there's no way I would be able to get the time off.
If you would have gone, I would no. If I would have known, I would have been like, hey, Granny, do you want to be like our fourth person? Because we were looking for a fourth person because this one person fucking bailed out, and I think you know who it is. I would have literally said, Granny, do you want to go?
Yeah. Nah.
Fuck Muffin.
Nah, like I would have had to prep like for a while in advance is the problem, because I need to make sure I get time off work and make sure I have enough money that I could realistically go to an event like that. And there's so much shit.
The ticket was only $100. You know that, right?
Well, yeah, but I also got to worry about the plane. I got to worry about the plane ride
that's right. Yeah, I forgot you don't live near me.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, yeah, plane ride, where I'm gonna stay, And
Well, they were just all getting like an Airbnb.
well, yeah, but I'm still
Yeah,
I'm still contributing to that if like obviously like yeah, the Airbnb tends to be the best option, but I'm still paying like my share. So like I'm not having someone else pay for me, you know?
Oh yeah, I know. I was already like fucking pissed off that Hatcher's already paid for me. I'm like, dude, I could have paid for that. She's like, no, you need to save your money. I'm like, oh, fuck. She's like, you're my guest.
That was nice of her though. But
It is, but I still want to beat her ass.
you can if you can always like buy buy food buy dinner or something for like while you're over there or something. I don't know. You can always figure it out.
Yeah, but like, California is really fucking expensive.
Oh, I am well aware. I've visited there a couple times at this point. Hell, I went there for TwitchCon. I am well aware of how expensive shit is over in California.
Oh, Lord have mercy, give me fucking strength. I've been living in the state for like since the day I was born, and holy fucking shit. You know what? No, I'm gonna say this right now. California wasn't bad in the 200.
If you lived in the 200s, oh my gosh.
I would be a mummy. I would be a mummy.
Your magic is doing wonders for you.
I know, right? I still look great. Holy shit, I'm still 26. That's fucking crazy. I'm literally like Winifred Sanderson. I fucking suck this. No, I can't say that. I can't say that on stream. I can't say that on stream.
Well,
Oh,
you can. Well, you can. We'll have to potentially risk consequences.
No, I can't say that because I'm not ruining my career for that shit. Fuck that. No, thank you. I'm good. I'll say that off stream, but I'm not gonna say it on stream. So I'm not getting a queen demonetizing me, demonetizing you, demonetized.
Something unhinged shit, because I say a lot of that.
Don't get me demonetized before I even start becoming a streamer.
Yeah, like I don't want to
my
fucking
career
do that.
before it begins.
400.
Like, you want to become a Twitch streamer? Oh, we got a VOD here of you partaking in this?
Like, oh, I'm
Care to
I
explain
don't even know
yourself?
that chick.
Right. Also, have a good night, Lucas. Thanks for hanging
back in
out.
1492, it was only like a breadcrumb for me to pay for shit.
Oh yeah, what were you saying about like before before something like before we started making fun of the 200s?
And the
2000s.
The 2000s, thank you. The 2000s were like really fucking cheap back then. I remember like getting something for like $1 and it was like super fucking cheap. But ever since like the inflation happened, it's like, oh god, California's got so fucking bad.
I miss when you could get like I miss when you could get like a Hershey, like a piece of like some chocolate for like 25 cents. Now it's like $2.
Yeah.
Now it's like $2 or $3.
Yeah, like how the fuck do I have $2 or $3 on me?
Be able to get a good Hershey bar for $1. Now I gotta pay like $5.
Yep.
You're like, excuse me? Excuse me?
I complain so much about prices, especially for groceries.
Exactly.
groceries
That's
and
what.
gas.
no,
I
for-
like saving my junk food and like boxed goods for the freaking dollar store.
Yeah.
I
I
you
can't-
wanna
no,
get,
no,
like,
and the
a
thing is, too-
box of fucking macaroni. Like, just say like you want to be cheap and you want to get like some craft dinner or something, like the KD friggin' actual craft dinner. You're literally paying like around here. I'm going by Canadian currency. For one box of craft dinner, you're paying almost $5.
Yeah.
And you can get the exact same box of craft dinner, same brand and everything, for $1.25 at the dollar store. I'd rather go
Oh,
there.
Yeah,
I like junk food there. I pay like 60 cents for 2 bars.
I used to get like a ton of like Jimmy Dean sandwiches when I was in college, because those were usually like the easiest food I could keep in the fridge and like in the freezer and then just microwave it and there you go.
Like, boom, there you go.
You know a box.
Yeah.
You know a box of like 8 sandwiches is like $14 now.
What?
Yeah.
$14? $14? No, that's no.
Yeah.
No.
It annoys me so much.
My quick cheat sandwiches were always spam sandwiches. I don't care. I love
Yes,
spam. I fucking love
fellow spam lover. Let's
you
go.
Can literally, You can literally, at our dollar store, they sell legitimate Spam. Actual Spam. S-P-A-M Spam. They sell it there. $1.25 for a can. A can will make like 4 sandwiches. I can go in there and literally get a week's worth of the shit for Spam sandwiches, including bread, including the condiments, and only spend $10.
That sounds amazing.
I'm getting a week's worth of sandwiches for $10.
Can I say offhand, just like real quick? This is an offhand comment. Every time I look at your fucking your model, Greedy, and when you're like glowing your eye, your model looks so high.
It's in my...
He looks high as fuck right now. You're like, oh my god, this is good shit.
Damn.
Like you too, you look so high.
Yeah. But no, I've grown.
I love it.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I literally grew up with Spam. I will commonly make sandwiches out of Spam, and I can usually make like 5 or 6 of them off one can.
What do you use though with the Spam?
I'm basic as fuck. I do bread and cheese, bacon too if I have it.
Yes.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Don't kill me.
I do the sandwich. I do a bit of mustard on one piece, the cheese, the Spam, ketchup on the other piece, with a little single leaf of lettuce.
I'm picky as fuck. I don't like the extra shit.
I do. I like having at least, like, I find it would be too dry.
Also,
so I have to have, like, the actual condiment.
Also, Rena, go ahead.
So you guys might hate me for this, but
choose your next words very carefully.
Hold on, I haven't even started my words yet.
Crew.
Oh, I'm waiting. Don't worry. I'm waiting.
Oh god, I'm scared now because like you're
the face on his model.
He's like, I'm waiting. Not to rain on the parade, but I'm not a big fan of Spam. I'm not.
I expected way worse of an opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a fan of it. Okay. If you were going to be like insulting, like, oh, it's disgusting. It's made of this. It's made of that. Like,
no, I mean,
for
me, it is disgusting because it doesn't taste right to me. Like, I don't like how it tastes.
Spam is like a very personal preference type thing.
The funny thing about Spam is a lot of people didn't like it, and then COVID, and mainly just because of like how it looked. And then COVID rolled around, and they realized that, oh, this is just Taylor ham. This is literally just thicker Taylor ham, and it's because it was canned goods. A lot of people had it because they were quarantined, and then they realized, it was actually kind of good. But
okay,
yeah, you do have to make it right. You do have to make it right.
I will say this right now. Okay, so there's this restaurant that I order from, like before I got like my acid reflux, and everything like that.
Yeah.
Before I had to stop eating spicy for a little bit. So there is this. It's an old army soup. It's called a Korean army soup, and it's like literally you throw in ramen noodles and a bunch of other things like Spam and stuff like that. This is my first time that I actually said, Spam. Wow, Spam is actually pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, if you're pairing it with like the correct kind of ramen. Oh, Spam is actually really good, and it is a commonly used ingredient in a lot of ramen.
Yeah,
I only like it with spicy Spam. I only like it with like
actual like smoked ham, the eggs.
Yeah. Now I do think that.
But do you know what like? Okay, I do want to say, do you know what the army soup is? Do you know what the Korean army soup is?
I do not.
Okay. So the Korean army soup is basically back in like the war days, like they didn't really have a lot of rations, so they would literally throw in, and ramen noodles was a basic thing for them to eat.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Spam they literally would throw in random ingredients and some spices and called it soup.
Yeah.
Sounds legit.
Yeah, but no, when it comes to Spam, like I do not blame people for not liking it. Like I know, like this is saying, like you're with her, it tastes weird to you too. Like I think that's perfectly valid. But
yeah, it is a really preferential taste.
Yeah, I do still love it.
Like Spam alone is repeating that word, something that is a very preferential taste. But if you're making it and like adding it with the right stuff to pair it with, it can be good, because it is also a meat too that soaks up flavor. It has its own flavor, yes, but it soaks up flavor. So like pairing it with like, say, like a spicy bulldog ramen, that Spam, like you let it sit in that freaking broth for at least 3 to 5 minutes, it's going to soak up that flavor, and it's just going to increase, because it's kind of like thinking of like having something
like bread or something.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like bread dipped in like chicken broth. Bread's plain, but with the chicken broth, oh my god, I love bread dipped in freaking chicken noodle soup.
Or bread dipped in French,
butter bread and fucking pot roast soup.
Or bread dipped in French toast mix.
Wait, what?
Well, I can't have that.
Huh?
I can't have that.
That's just French toast.
That's literally just French toast. That's legit.
I was gonna say bread dipped in French toast mix. Dipping bread in eggs. That confused my blondish brain for a second, and I say blondish.
You're just like,
not blonde.
Teehee or something.
Or no. Be like Michael Jackson. Go.
But moral of the story, I liked Spam before it was cool.
Yeah. I grew up on Spam, and
same with thing with
I was never a candy eater growing up. Yeah. Honest to God, my favorite snack as a child was ants on a log. And if you don't know what that is, oh my God,
I'm gonna choose.
You were definitely not from my gen.
I'm gonna choose.
Well, definitely we're fucking not. I'm not definitely from your generation. What the fuck?
Same thing with tofu.
Well, no, I kind of, I'm ending.
Yeah.
You do know what the ants on a log is, though, right?
I'm gonna assume it's like similarly to like a pigs in a blanket or something like that.
Not necessarily.
Same naming scheme, because I'm gonna choose. I'm gonna choose you're not eating ants from a log.
No, so ants on a log is actually just like it. So for my generation, it was like a healthy snack for like childhood birthdays and stuff. It's literally, I think I told you about this one before, Green. Like the slice of celery with the peanut butter in it and raisins on top.
Oh yes, you have. Yes, you have. I don't remember the raisins bit, but I remember the other bits.
Yeah, well, it can be raisins, it could be nuts, it's whatever you put on top of it, as long as it's like it's called an ants on a log, because it's the celery stick and the peanut butter is the log, and whatever you put on top of it is the ants.
Right.
Wait, hold on. Pause. Did you just call Lucas babe?
What?
Eh?
Did you just call Lucas babe?
Who?
The Lucas in chat.
No.
You're like, oh yeah.
Call that me or Green?
Green.
No.
Green.
Definitely not. No.
Oh. No. What the fuck is it? I was like, is that your girlfriend in chat?
No.
Like, oh, I didn't know they had a male name.
Bruh.
Okay. My bad. My bad, dog. I'm sorry.
Nah,
like, I heard his name. I was like, well, who the fuck you calling babe?
Sorry, no, same.
That's why I was fucking saying.
Oh, I mean, what? You're telling me? Oh, damn, fuck. I thought I had a chance.
I'm sorry.
Which one is it? Nope, not that one. There we go. Yeah, this sums up my reaction right now.
Oh.
Why the fuck
I can't make mine sad, because even though it's not showing my eyes, my little PNG is always smiling.
I was gonna say you can't. Yeah, you can't. We can't ever see if you're sad. Your eyes are like, we can't see any tears.
Even when I have my model made, people will wonder whenever I'm doing a freaking trigger reaction. They'll never know if I'm actually crying.
Oh my god! Wait, wait, I forgot. I remembered what I was thinking about a while back. Queenie, you mentioned liking slice of life that never covered hard life. Have you ever heard of a series called Class of 09?
Yes, I did.
There you go then. There you go then.
Yep.
Like, you're a great guy, Green, but my heart is for my girl. Damn.
Little bit of a
fucking
side
friend
note.
zone,
I
dude.
had an idea for something just now, and Greenie, when I have my model made, I might need your help with this.
Why, you want a girl? You want a girl, Lucas? I could be a girl. I can be a girl.
Oh, here we go.
Channel.
I can be a girl.
Yeah.
I can be a girl.
It's good.
Why does she look high? She look high.
Don't worry about it.
Oh no, no.
She had a nice brownie.
Get her out of here. Get her out of here with that voice. No.
But yeah,
You
I'm
look
looking
so
for help
done with
this
me
and
when I
have
said
my
that. You
model
come
done
back and you're
green.
like, really?
I had an idea
No,
for
if I wa-
emotions
no, if I
for
wanna
my
do that,
model.
No, not that one. That one.
I'm just faithful. And you should be. Really?
Good. Yes, good. Be yes, please be faithful. No.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Literally, no,
You know what, here?
Literally, no.
You know what? Here's the middle finger, Greenie. Here, you know, here's the other.
You're all right.
Fuck you.
You've been flipping me off the whole stream. What's another one gonna do? But yeah, no. Literally, there's no easier way to piss me off than cheating on your partner.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Hey.
Or treat them like shit, yeah.
Or cheat them.
Like shit.
Yeah, or abuse them. Yeah, no, either or. Is the easiest way to like lose all respect I
Yeah,
could possibly
no. When
have.
I told Greenie what happened with my
Abuse
ex,
is a
Greenie wanted
whole-
me to kill him.
Yeah, yeah.
Abuse is the
What is
bad
the
part.
worst fandom now?
I mean,
oh, don't get
There is
on
my
nope,
case
nope.
with Chrissy though, where it's just like I call him a toothless fuck and all that shit every day, but that's just goofing around.
Yeah, but
And
that's
it's not
banter.
necessarily wrong.
That's
We
banter
shouldn't start
between.
on another topic.
That's banter. Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's
called
banter
banter.
between you two. That's banter. You guys are both okay
I mean, I
with
call
it.
him a bitch.
That means
Hey,
literally.
Marty.
Well, we need to really end.
Yeah.
We've been on so many different topics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out
I mean,
tonight.
we cut out of the videos at 4 hours and 44 minutes in. Now it's 5 hours and 4 minutes in.
That does not surprise me. But yeah, we're gonna read into Hattress. I should be live tomorrow, most likely. And Rena will be back on Tuesday. She said. I don't know if she's back to stream on Tuesday, but that's.
I will be back. I will be backing your assholes in like Tuesday. Okay.
All right. Get the fuck out of my asshole, Spider-Man!
Get the fuck out of my asshole, Spider-Man. Jesus.
But yeah, Granny Zimmer. Any closing words before we go?
I love you all very much, and I want to have sex with all of you.
And there you go.
I hate everybody, so yeah. I don't hate you, so I'll be nice. I'll play nice.
Yahoo.
Just don't step on my hot dog.
Now we
bite.
gotta kiss.
I'll
We
bite.
gotta kiss and make out right now.
But yeah, Granny Zimmer here, and we shall see all of you next time. Ciao for now.
Kiss me and make out, you stupid fucking green egg.
What am I supposed to respond to that?